Please take your seats. CoMotion Global is about to begin. Please take your seats. CoMotion Global is about to begin.
Morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome back to CoMotion Global. We're so excited to have you all back here. We have had an amazing couple of days of discussions, from advanced air mobility to giga projects to the future of autonomous vehicles. We hope you've made some great connections, had some amazing conversations, and hope you look forward to the rest of the day because we've got some great programming still to come. To help open today's programming, we've going to see a familiar face if you've been around the last couple of days here in the main stage. We've got someone who is an expert in studying how cities evolve and how transportation and technology advance our initiatives in urban life. Please welcome Mr. Greg Lindsay, Senior Fellow at MIT Future Urban Collectives Lab. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivian. It's a pleasure to be up here on stage as a presenter. Thank you, John, for having me back. I'm going to give a bit of a quick palate cleanser here. Let's see, pull it up on stage here. This builds off work that we did at CoMotion going back to 2017. So when we launched CoMotion LA, we were at the moment where we saw a lot of cities grappling with the legacies here of the smartphone and the disruption that came out of it, and dealing with the fact that, like, yes, there were suddenly now devices, robots, autonomous vehicles, Ubers that were both collecting and generating data in the public right-of-way and struggling with how to regulate that. And at the time, I was thinking about what would come next. How could we help city officials preemptively think and anticipate about what technologies would disrupt the built environment then? And so in 2022, about this time I was thinking about this, we had Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Meta, was investing tens of billions of dollars into the metaverse. And we also had Apple working on this very anticipated headset, which became in February 2024, the Apple Vision Pro. Now, of course, the Vision Pro is not the future. But it's very interesting to start to look at the kind of form factor it entailed. This was a device that was very much designed to be indoors. We saw in the form of the metaverse and the Apple Vision Pro, American big technology aiming to keep you indoors forever. This, of course, was very much a legacy of the pandemic, but also the antithesis of mobility. What would it mean if these things came to scale? And this, of course, is very troubling in the United States, where I'm American, I reside in Canada now. I don't have international data on this, but in the States, for example, we've seen that Americans have become an extremely immobile indoor society. The average American now spends 99 minutes per day more at home than they did in 2003. We have American census data on this. And this is very much a legacy of both the pandemic and, of course, American remote work culture. But so much of that time is actually spent at home alone across every major American demographic group. So everything we've talked about here about cities existing to bring people together, to create integrated mobility systems so that we would enable that, instead what we saw is that Americans in particular were choosing to opt out of that. And what were they doing instead? Well, they were spending that time at home alone on their screens, video gaming, television, TikTok, et cetera there. So, here we have this incredibly troubling trend of American big tech aspiring to keep people into their homes forever. But of course, that's not how it works out. This technology escapes out into the wild. 2 hours after the Vision Pro was released in February 2024, this was posted to TikTok. Please do not use your Apple Vision Pros in the crosswalk, people. Don't ever do that. But this is what I was thinking of here, is that we could see how these devices would start to escape into the world. And of course, this is purely for clout. The Apple Vision Pro is a gyroscope. You're not allowed to actually use it while walking. But 2 hours after that, posted on TikTok, we saw this video as well. Yes, this is ostensibly someone driving a Tesla Cybertruck on full self-driving while using their Apple Vision Pro. Also a faked video. This doesn't work either. But I bring this up because the Secretary of Transportation at the time in the United States, Pete Buttigieg, felt compelled to post to Twitter at the time, please keep both hands on the wheel while driving in the metaverse. So here we can see this goes back again to the public policy outcomes. Now, instead of worrying about having physical devices in the built environment generating data, now we start to worry about what happens when people are using devices that overlay information on the world itself and start to cause people to behave in unpredictable ways that could lead to danger, potentially even death. Remember Pokemon Go? Can I see a show of hands of people who have played Pokemon Go or played it when it came out in 2016? That's great to see. So, of course, Pokemon Go was, an incredible breakthrough. Really, still a decade later, the only breakthrough of the kind of augmented reality we've seen. It generates $1 billion a year in revenue to this day. Public Investment Fund recently, one of its entities recently purchased it. But Pokemon Go also generated a lot of behavior that was unforeseen. It turned out in the United States that distracted drivers playing the game while driving were speeding up into Pokestops to capture Pikachu before it disappeared. Researchers at Purdue University, speaking to the police, calculated what was happening. There was a 40% rise in traffic collisions around Pokestops, and when they extrapolated the numbers they came up with across the entire United States, as many as 250 people may have died in the first 6 months of the game alone. So here was a challenge for city regulators to think about is what happens when we have invisible worlds that were altering human behavior. And this happens for pedestrians as well. This is New York Central Park in the weekend after the game, where huge crowds surged through the park searching for rare Pokemon. I spoke to Jacqueline Liu, who today runs a consultancy thinking about kind of wayfinding for these kinds of digital encounters. At the time, she was at New York City Parks running their digital programs, and she had to teach actual parks officials how to play Pokemon Go to understand what was happening when crowds would suddenly emerge and pour through the park. And so this to me was very striking here, because now you suddenly had to understand the game dynamics of Pokemon Go and play someone else's privately owned game to understand how people were using public space. So how can we start to anticipate this better? Because Pokemon Go had other effects as well. There was a massive class action lawsuit for trespassing. There was an attempt to basically ban the game from being played in public space in Milwaukee County, Wisconsin, that was overturned on free speech amendments. And suddenly we had this whole new set of issues that were opening up here because of these invisible worlds that were being overlaid. And this problem will return. Mark Zuckerberg is still spending tens of billions of dollars, no longer on the metaverse per se, but on augmented reality glasses. Here he is demoing Project Orion, which he hopes to release in 2027, a mixed reality environment that will overlay information on top of viewers. And already we have the Meta Ray-Bans, which the CEO of EssilorLuxottica, which makes the glasses, estimates they'll sell tens of millions of units. Here you can see, this is real data here, Meta overlaying map information onto your glasses. For cities, this is particularly important and powerful because Meta doesn't aim to stop there with this. This is from their research video, Project Aria. Here, I won't play the overlay here, but you can see that their goal is to map the entire world, to basically use the cameras on board the Meta Ray-Bans to capture and build physical 3D models of every interior and exterior space. And as the researchers talk about in this video, they plan to combine that with the mountains of likes and other preference data that we have to basically build an environment where Meta can guide you to whatever it is they choose to. How do we deal with this as cities and as the public to think about how these companies, and it don't just be Meta, Google is doing the same with Android XR, Apple is building these glasses as well, where they are now deliberately steering people as well as vehicles through cities on paths that is difficult for us to determine. What does this look like at scale? My friend Keiichi Matsuda is a filmmaker and AR developer who imagined this in his famous film Hyperreality from 2016, released 2 months before Pokemon Go. Executives at Meta and Snap still talk about this as the dystopian film, the Blade Runner of augmented reality that they hope not to build. But to me, it's very interesting to think about. This envisions to this day. From a mobility standpoint, we can see the advantages of having wayfinding literally on the street itself, where you can clear out areas. But it's also an environment that's very gamified, filled with advertising, filled with also giant cats that might talk to us. We'll come back to that in a moment. This is another film that Keiichi made more recently called Agents, where he starts to think about how will AI be added to this environment? Because it won't just be a question of augmented reality images on the street. What happens when the AI chatbots that we now encounter on an almost daily basis suddenly take, maybe not physical form, but visual form, are able to talk to us? Will we have a single AI? Will there just be ChatGPT and Claude and a handful of others? Or as Keiichi proposes, we might have a panoply of agents. We might have different ones, silly ones for every task. Perhaps there will be ones for every transportation agency that we'll call up when we need to actually get from A to B, perhaps. And as an example of this, a demo they built, this is one he worked on with Niantic, makers of Pokemon Go. Here they imagined a spirit of the San Francisco ferry building. So if you're in San Francisco and you're about to take one of the ferries across the bay, you could, with augmented reality glasses from Snap or others, summon him and ask him for directions or ask him to tell you about the ferry building. I think they asked him to tell me 1,000 things about the ferry building. I guess he'll be there forever telling you all about them. But more recently, Keiichi developed this. This is called Peridot, again, created with Niantic and with Snap. And in this case, using their own programming language for AI and AR, this is a guide who can literally, if you ask where to go inside of this convention center, for example, to get to the innovation stage, Peridot will appear in your field of view and will walk you literally through and guide you that way. So we're on the cusp of actually creating ghosts or spirits that will guide us through the physical world. And the question is who controls these spirits? Are they do we control them? Does Meta control them? Will cities control them? Will we have a city spirit that can take us from A to B? These are all the questions we're only beginning to answer. And this will only become more powerful as we start to see the rise of these digital twins, which we've talked about in the Sentient Cities track. This is called Virtual in Real Life. It's an experiment by New York University and Hong Kong University researchers. What they did was they took AI agents, and they gave them machine vision models so they can recognize objects. They then took them and they let them loose inside of a digital twin of New York's Manhattan. In this case, just simply using Google Street View augmented with some other data. And what they could do is not only could they guide you to a coffee by dropping into this Street View map of Manhattan and looking around through basically snapshots of the built environment, but they could also go into Central Park, for example, and count every trash bin and count every park bench. We're also on the cusp of creating literal eyes on the street, agents that are able to go into the real world and tell you what is happening anywhere that's happening inside of these digital twins, which of course is what Meta aspires to do, right? This is exactly what it aims to do with its various glasses. So this is my challenge for cities in many ways, and this was the goal of my report, which I'll walk through in a moment here, is to start thinking about, we have incredible tools that cities are about to have here to basically show people how to navigate cities, what's coming, what's unbuilt yet in city environments, but also the potential dangers of guiding people through it. I skipped past it, so if I can go back one. This is the report I ultimately wrote for Cornell Tech as part of my fellowship there in 2022, 2023, the Augmented City. I gathered several people who were actually here at this conference: Karina Ricks, Selena Reynolds, who was the general manager of LADOT, one of our early champions at CoMotion, and several others who had grappled with this earlier wave of technology, and asked them, along with expert practitioners and others, how would you address these kinds of challenges? And I won't walk you through the whole report, but I will give you the very high level. We used a novel foresight methodology called threat casting, where we basically sat down and created stories about what was the worst that could happen, and then basically generated what we thought might be the outcomes. So one outcome is that basically everything that's bad with the internet today, abuse and all sorts of horrible things happen, well, what happens when they get projected onto physical space? That's one thing that will become incumbent upon cities to start to think about how to regulate. Another thing is it'll become a vector for scams, all the sort of digital scams that happen today. I was just reading a whole piece about how in India, because of its digital payments layer, it's led to a sad, a massive blossoming of various scams there. Well, what happens when that becomes on physical space? And then also, the most marginal neighborhoods of cities, informal settlements, and marginalized communities will also potentially become the most foremost victims of this. Then on the plus side, we might see this might become the interface for cities to think about creating new tools for civic engagement and to connect with people. One example is my friend's startup called In Situ, where they allow people to see the actual outlines of new buildings, of new projects through their own phones. So you can win over skeptical publics by showing them this is exactly what it will look like. This building will not be too huge. It will not be too scary. Let's build housing in this neighborhood. And so they work with cities around the world to connect them on this. We'll also have to see new roles, just as we had to basically reinvent how to regulate mobility inside of cities because of this data layer. We're now going to have to think about not just managing the physical public realm, but the digital public realm as well. And then finally, thinking about that we'll see these tools fall into others' hands. It won't just be up to the private sector or the public one, but to citizens themselves are going to find new ways of using this. And we need to find ways to both empower them and also to make sure that it doesn't get out of hand. So with that, I won't delve too much into it, but you can find me here. I'm here the rest of the day, and if you scan this QR code, it'll send you to a link to download my report. We have science fiction short stories by Canada's foremost author, Madeline Ashby, to help imagine some of the potential ramifications of this, and also audiobook version as well, in which Madeline and I read the stories. So I hope this kicks us off here to think about the future of this. Perhaps for CoMotion Global 26 or 27 or 28, we'll have panels thinking about how do we begin to regulate the digital public realm as well as the physical one. Thank you so much, and on with the show.
Thank you so much, Greg, for setting the stage and giving us a snapshot into the future. Maybe next year we'll have some AR glasses, as you mentioned, giving us directions to the Innovation Center. That was pretty interesting to see where we've come and where we potentially could go. Now we're moving on to a very important special moment in our program, our inaugural CoMotion Global Urban Visionaries Distinction. We're going to recognize leaders and innovators whose work is advancing cleaner, smarter, and more equitable cities. To go ahead and present this distinction, I'd like to welcome up Timothy Gribaldi, our Managing Director of CoMotion.
Thank you very much, Vivian. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This is a moment I've been looking forward to. We gather here because we believe cities can change. And today, we celebrate the people who are proving it. We shine a light on leaders who are not only imagining better mobility, They are delivering it on the ground. The CoMotion Global Urban Visionary Distinction recognizes vision, collaboration, and results, leaders who turn ambition into practical solutions that improve daily life for citizens. Without vision, there is no progress. This year, we honor 3 outstanding examples. Firstly, the Royal Commission for Riyadh City has delivered a modern, efficient, and sustainable metro system that has already exceeded passenger expectations and projections within its first year. It is shaping a new rhythm of movement for this capital and setting a benchmark for urban achievement. Secondly, Governor Claudio Rego of Santiago de Chile has led a transformation that has made the city home to the largest electric bus fleet outside China. The improvements in air quality and passenger experience are remarkable, and they demonstrate what continuity, partnerships, and political will can achieve. Thirdly, Valerie Labby, a real entrepreneur, a visionary of Wahoo in Ghana, has pioneered an inclusive mobility model of electric mobility that empowers riders, supports women entrepreneurs, and brings cleaner, safer streets to communities across Accra, Ghana. Each of these achievements is different in scale and context, but together they show that purposeful leadership can change how people move, how cities function, how opportunity is created. On behalf of everyone at CoMotion Global, it is my honor to now welcome on stage John Rosant, CEO and founder of CoMotion, Mauricio Rodas, the former mayor of Quito and a great friend of CoMotion, to present the 2025 Urban Visionary Distinction. Congratulations to our winners. And now, without further ado, the moment we've all been waiting for, I would like to invite on stage Engineer Hassan Musa, the Chief of Infrastructure and Development of the Riyadh Public Transport Network and the Royal Commission for Riyadh City. Congratulations. And now I would like to welcome a visionary that came from the other side of the world, Claudio Rego, Governor of the Metropolitan Region of Santiago de Chile. And because progress is built by public and private partnership and entrepreneurial vision, I would like to welcome on stage Valerie Labby, the CEO and co-founder of Wahoo Mobility. Congratulations. And if I can ask all our winners to come together for a group picture of the 3 first laureates of the Global Urban Visionaries Distinction. Congratulations. Thank you so much. And now, for the rest of the program. Have a great day at CoMotion Global.
Thank you, Tim, and congratulations again to our Urban Visionary Distinction winners. Now we're going to move into a conversation with two international leaders who have shaped national and local mobility transitions firsthand. Drawing from real-world experience in implementing these transitions, our speakers will share what enables large-scale sustainable mobility models and how these strategies can be replicated across diverse contexts. We want to welcome back to the stage Mauricio Rodas, former mayor of Quito, who will serve as our moderator.
Morning, everybody. It's a pleasure for me to invite to the stage Mr. Carlos Alvarado, the former president of Costa Rica, with whom I will have the pleasure to have this conversation today. Please, Carlos. So, today we will explore what is behind the decisions. The very tough decision-making processes that presidents, mayors have to go through to implement bold, ambitious agendas in different fields, and particularly around mobility. And we are privileged to have today with us President Alvarado, whom I can call a true champion of sustainability. During his term as president of Costa Rica, he advanced extremely ambitious initiatives around not only sustainability, but more specifically, how to tackle climate change and build resilience in his country. So to kick off, Mr. President, can you please share with us what the strategy behind urban mobility sustainability was in your term? What were the key components of such a comprehensive approach to advance an urban sustainable mobility strategy?
Well, thanks for your generosity, Mauricio, and thank you all for being here. When we got to government, we realized that in 2018, a big change was ongoing in the planet related to not only to climate change, but a change in about every dimension of human life, because of how we were changing transportation, energy, the future of humanity. So we created a plan, a comprehensive plan across all dimensions of life that we call the decarbonization plan. So it's a plan that has 10 pillars, 10 axes from agriculture, transportation, conservation, tourism, all the dimensions to intervene and to make those change. One of the dimensions, very prominently, it's the one related to transportation, private and public transportation, its electrification, and also the improvement of all that's related to mobility. So it's within that comprehensive umbrella that there's a specific plans in those areas. And I say that because we cannot see mobility as an isolated fact. It's connected to human life. People are at the center of this. And that was what we launched in 2019. It became the first decarbonization plan in the planet after the Paris Agreement of 2015. So we were innovating into how to do this.
What do you think were the key factors of success behind that strategy?
Well, a lot was support of people, support especially of young people. Some private sectors saw it as an opportunity, obviously. Some saw it as a menace because we were changing things. But let me give an example of things that went really fast and really well. One was the electrification of the private fleet. Costa Rica's got 99% of its electricity being clean and renewable. Mostly for hydroelectric, but other renewable. So every electric vehicle you plug into Costa Rica is by definition carbon neutral. So we started a very aggressive strategy to bring incentives to buy and import electric vehicles. And as the first year, it was like a novelty, it was like 100 new electric vehicles. But the second year, it was 1,000. And then it kept an exponential growth up until now. Costa Rica is among the first and second in the whole continent of the Americas of more electric vehicles per capita. We're speaking that next year we'll be in the order of thousands new purchases of electric vehicles, which has obviously improved the quality of air, and it's advancing on that direction. But also it's good because through incentives and because electricity has become cheaper than gasoline, more people are, the customer, it's going for those options. And also because of the competition in the field. So that has accelerated not only the improvement of air, but the access to people, to affordable vehicles to transport, and these vehicles being not only cheaper, but more sustainable.
I really want to highlight the importance of having a strategy. And let me share a parallelism with what we did in Quito in that regard. We had something called the Quito 2040 vision, which included a number of initiatives to advance sustainability in our city. And one of the first things we did when I came into office was to measure where our CO2 emissions were coming from. And it turned out that 56% of our emissions were coming from our mobility system. So it was clear that it was there where we had to focus our efforts on, and we did. And that's why we decided to build our metro system, the first one in the city and in the country. We built this metro in a record time of 3 years, becoming the largest infrastructure project in the history of the city. And it was part also of a strategy of decarbonizing public transportation, along with other initiatives to incentivize electric mobility in our city. But one of the things that we encountered, and it was extremely challenging, was the need to coordinate with the national government because the political scenario was really complex. The president was from a different party, and there was political rivalries in Ecuador back then. So that made, for example, getting the funding for our project extremely difficult. So I know that you work very closely with municipalities, with local authorities, which for me is really an outstanding example of what a head of state with vision can really achieve in terms of understanding the importance of local action. Can you tell us a little bit of how that dynamic worked, the one between you and local governments to advance urban sustainable mobility?
Well, there are many similarities with the case of Ecuador. In Costa Rica also, our main source of emissions is transportation. That's why it's so critical to tackle transportation. We were very successful in electric vehicles. In the case of our train, similar to Quito with the metro, it got into those political fights. And I really want to share this in this scenario because sometimes people from private sector or from academia or urban planners say, well, it's evident, here we have some solutions. Why is it that politicians don't enforce them? It's very important to get involved because sometimes it has to do with political rivalry, sometimes it has to do with who's the funders of campaigns. So it's important to know those sources of resistance if we are to get our solutions into the field. One example is our case with the train, similar to Ecuador. We work for more than the 4 years of the administration. We got the first Green Climate Fund loan ever for public transportation for an electric train of 82 kilometers, fully designed, fully funded. Listen to this fact, it's a loan of 40 years, 0% interest rate. That's what we achieved. And we lent we gave the design and the funding to the next government to build. You imagine what the next government will do, right? Well, think twice. They did not build it. And then 3 years later, they present the same project with the same funding to claim what? Ownership. So those are the things we need to deal and handle. I mean, if it gets built, at the end of the day, who cares what name it's carrying? What's important, it's for the people. And I hope it really gets built. But those are the kinds of challenges we face. Now that we were talking about buses, and I saw my friend from Chile get the award, and congratulations for that. Back then, we were competing to do the same with Chile. We did the first trials for electric vehicles, pilots. We worked with the German government, we worked with the Chinese, we flew the pilots. But what happened? Again, there was no continuity. So still we have all our fleet carbon-based in Costa Rica and not in a very good shape. But what am I saying? There's one thing that's key also to make this happen, and it's not very scientific, but it's very important: perseverance. You have to persevere in order to get the good things going. And I connect with the mayors. The system, how it is, that's very local, because it's not all the same how you organize the hierarchy between national government, local governments, and who's got the authority. We had the willingness, but in our case, we need to work with 82 municipalities. And for example, public transportation, it's not owned by the municipalities, but they need it in coordination to have their cities function. So many will demand finance. We need access to finance to build this. But the transaction cost of coordinating all 84 municipalities to get the finance through local, national government, when you have rivalries of parties between them, it's so complex that the mere bureaucracy of handling that doesn't allow to proceed. That's why I believe it's so relevant to take some power from national government into access to finance and give it to local government. So local government can access the finance and implement the solutions in mobility and in other fields. That mere change, even though it appears letting go of power from national government, it's a fundamental change to improve people's life. That's one of the things we should be cheering and rallying for. Give access to local government into implementing solutions and not have to go by national government.
Well, that's really music to our ears, right? For mayors in the room, that's really great news, Carlos, that you are thinking that way. You mentioned the issue of continuity, which I think is absolutely key. In our case, I left office with 92% completion of the metro project and with a roadmap to start commercial operations in only 6 months. And unfortunately, it took 4 years to start commercial operations of the project. So it took actually more time to operate it than to build it. That was precisely because of different political motivations that affected the continuity of the project and how it could start operating it in a much faster and efficient way. And then you address the issue of finance. I think that we are in agreement that the global financial architecture was designed for countries, not for local governments, which made sense when this happened back in the 1940s under Bretton Woods, when the world was not nearly as urbanized as it is today. But now that cities are at the forefront of dealing with some of the world's most pressing issues, like climate change, like poverty, inequality, safety, etc., it makes a lot of sense to rethink that global financial architecture and make it more cities-friendly, allowing direct access to finance for local governments. You have been thinking about these issues. What ideas do you have in mind? How to make this reform to the international financial system possible to bestow cities and local governments with the necessary tools to advance ambitious urban sustainable mobility initiatives?
Well, I think that's one of the key questions in the current era. We speak about being in a transitioning of orders. You know, we have the post-World War order. But I think when we say we're transitioning, it's an euphemism to say we are in a disorder and we are not sure where we're heading. But that is also an opportunity to design, to rethink that. I think that the current architecture, it's based on a very hierarchical approach in which we have multilateral funding and decisions that cascade to a national government and then they cascade to the local. But I think that's not being that efficient. And when we see it in the challenges, in climate change, but in others, I mean, that phrase that all adaptation is local, it's so real. Adaptation doesn't occur at COP or at the UN. Adaptation occurs in the neighborhoods, in the streets, in, I mean, when people experience their lives. And if we are not efficient enough in those spots, the system is put into pressure because it's not delivering. We see it at the different COP events, lots of big pledges of money. Oh, we pledge billions and trillions, but what is it that communities say? We're not seeing change. Mayors are saying we don't have the finance to do things. So I think we need to flip, or at least make more horizontal, that scheme. And we need to see the power in the multilateral sphere not as a power of control, but as a power that enables and empowers another sphere that's more local, but it's seen as a partner, not as a subordinate. And in this partner is in charge of the delivery and the adaptation. Sometimes we also carry this notion that we're going to design from the top, and in a very industrial way, we're going to scale up solutions. But when we scale up solutions without taking into account the local, we're killing agency in the process. We need to have the local agency that adopts solutions and transforms them and adapt to the will and the necessities. So that flip to a more horizontal system, in which also means letting go of things like power and ego. We're talking with my friend Marvin from Bristol about that. People like the control to say, this is my solution, I made it, I get the reward from it. And that also is becoming very inefficient when people are I mean, we're talking in the Pacific Islands, the islands are literally sinking. We're talking about stream heating many places, drought that's driving migration. Well, we need agility to do that. And that it means partnership, not necessarily ownership on top of. I think that's one of the major shifts, but I believe that's the spirit of events like CoMotion, to have those synergies across the partners and to enforce quick solutions for people.
I think that we all agree that relationships between national and local governments in many countries of the world will always be challenging. But listening to visionary leaders like President Alvarado is definitely encouraging in terms of realizing that there are ways in which this relationship could be fruitful, based on cooperation, based on a collaborative spirit, and we hope that these words could be disseminated so that type of relationship could be fostered in many places around the world. Thank you so much, President. Thank you for joining this session.
Thank you, Mayor Rodas and President Alvarado. Impressive growth numbers there. Electric vehicles in Costa Rica, that is quite impressive. Looking forward to seeing that continued success. And congratulations, Mayor Rodas, for the legacy of building your first metro in your city. We've heard how important collaboration and innovation is in growth of a region. Now we're going to switch gears here locally. Saudi Arabia is emerging as one of the world's most important test beds for next generation mobility. The kingdom is positioning itself as a global platform, scaling new mobility innovations. This panel next will take the region's most powerful launch market and see what the next decade could bring with leadership like we have here locally. I'd like to welcome our moderator, Adam Jambroni, the program director at Sistra.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. We have a very exciting panel today. It's lots of different expertise here on the panel. As your moderator, my job is here to keep this moving and give all of our speakers an opportunity to give their perspective on an exciting topic of mobility here and how Saudi is leading the way and a leap forward in mobility innovation. I guess I want to start off just by a quick introduction. We have Jan Woltorf, who's the CEO of Blacklane. We also have Faisal Sultan, who's the president of Lucid Motors. Thank you. We have Rusty Russell, who's the director of mobility for the Red Sea project. Hashim Al-Fatirji, sorry, I'm skipping over here. I think we might have changed seating, who is the the head of the Saudi EV, no, sorry, who is the CEO of Karatek. Sorry about that. This is when I get it wrong on who's sitting where. But it is Hashim Harith Al Hassan, who is the CEO of the Saudi EV Association, and apologies for that. So what we wanted to do is, this topic gives us a lot of opportunity to delve into what is happening here in the kingdom, and so I thought we'd start off with some questions for everyone, and then at the end give everyone an opportunity to give us some thoughts, final thoughts on the subject after we've heard from everyone. So if it's possible, Jens, maybe I could start with you in terms of how Blacklane is taking the concept of localization here in the kingdom, which is really important. We have the Giga projects, we have a lot of this investment, and there's a lot of needs that the kingdom has in terms of the capabilities over the next 3 to 5 years. And maybe you could talk about how Blacklane is contributing to that and the plans going forward for the kingdom.
Sure. Thank you, Adam. Thanks for the invitation. Very happy to be here. Let me start off with introducing Blacklane first. So Blacklane is a good 10 years old, headquartered in Berlin, Germany, and we started back then with the ambition to build the largest global chauffeur service. And now fast forward 2025, we are the largest global chauffeur service, covering all 6 continents, 60 countries by now, over 500 cities. So we've really become the go-to platform for premium transportation, premium mobility, tending even more into the hospitality space, not just the mobility space. And then last year, actually, we decided that this is a key market to be part of, and we want to be part of this amazing growth story and this amazing ambition level that the kingdom has. So we entered very strongly. We brought also a shareholder on board, Tazaro Mobility Investments, a PIF company, in order to back us up here, in order to allow us to really get into the market, not just with funds, but especially with the knowledge and the necessary partnership levels, right? And since then, we have actually grown tremendously, not just by the team, but we grew our revenues here by 8x just within 12 months, because there has been such a gap here in terms of quality mobility, premium transportation, the hospitality part, be it an airport transfer or be it city to city, 3-4 hours in the car from Riyadh to Dammam, for instance. These sorts of services are so much needed here. And in terms of localization, coming back to your initial question, like we have pretty early on, and also thanks to the great leadership in the team here, understood that we cannot just copy-paste what we have maybe done in North America, have done in Europe or in Asia, but really trying to understand what is needed here. Of course, we are not compromising on global quality standards, be it the vehicle, be it a Lucid, for instance, or the chauffeur training, building the chauffeur academies and the respective modules. But you need to really understand how business works here, how relationships are built, how regulation works. And obviously Tazaro and our local partners helped us a lot there, but we really had to understand it's not as transactional as you might see it in other markets, right? So you really build long-term relationships. It's built on trust, on respect. Sales cycles might take longer than elsewhere, but also the horizon is so much longer, right? For decades you are building potential here, and that's what we learned on very early on. And now, thankfully, we are the partner of Lucid in the region. We are a partner of Riyadh Air. We are the partner of Al Tanfidi, and those are helping us really getting into the game deeper and deeper.
So you've talked about a couple of different strategies or elements that really worked and brought a success. But if you were going to give some advice, taking maybe a highlight of what you've talked about to a new entry to the market, a new company coming into Saudi in the mobility sector, what would be maybe your advice to someone that was going to try to launch their new venture here in the kingdom?
Well, I would say regardless of what industry, the single most important thing is that you completely commit. That you don't think this is a small country at the side, or I can push my US brand or European brand just over that and expect this to work. You really need to be committed to the marketplace, to the audience, to the customer base, to your partners, and show up, right? And really get into understanding what's needed, embracing that. And thanks to Vision 2030, that is such an ambitious, innovative, sustainable vision that all clicks perfectly with also our set of values. So it's a match made in heaven.
Well, maybe transitioning here to Faisal with Lucid, because Lucid has made a lot of those commitments, and with your new manufacturing plant, I guess it's the AMP, it's I think one of the largest here in the kingdom. So picking up on the concept of localization, adapting to a strategy, how has Lucid really taken those values and commitments that Jan's talked about and really put them into action in terms of this new manufacturing facility and your commitment to the kingdom in terms of localization?
Good morning. Thank you, Adam, for having me. It's always a pleasure to be at CoMotion. So I'm just going to pick up because Jan's put it very well together. I think, when Lucid, PIF invested in Lucid back in 2018 as a majority shareholder, there was a complete alignment because you had Vision 2030, you had a strong partner in PIF as our strongest shareholder, and you had a country that has really the will to move very fast from where they are today and where they want to be. And, they are staying, on the roadmap. So, and it's all about sustainability and it's all about human skill development. So Lucid saw an opportunity. We have, as you said, our advanced manufacturing plant number 2. So we have one in Arizona that we started off, but this one is bigger than the one in Arizona. And we went big because Saudi Arabia's geographical location is just so amazingly located in the center of the earth that it gives us an opportunity to produce cars here and have a very feasible commercial business case to fill the world with electric vehicles that have the Lucid logo on it. So that is our plant. It is 150,000 volume per year capacity. It is going to be one of our largest plant, as I said. It's currently bigger than our Arizona plant. We're going to be starting to produce the mid-size platform, which is a large volume platform for us, end of next year. And we're working with various agencies. As Jans mentioned, you have to really sign up for this deal because if you want to be successful, right? We're working with a lot of educational institutions, a lot of scientific institutions like KAUST is our partner, and we have CAX now as our partner. We are working very closely with HRDF. We're taking a lot of young Saudis. We've taken about 3 batches already that go to California and Arizona, get trained, these young Saudis, and come back and become part of our workforce. We're 70%, 72% Saudis. So that is an amazing thing that is really happening at Lucid Middle East. And we're also working on supply chain localization because that is going to make us more competitive as we have more suppliers in the auto park in King Abdullah Economic City.
But you've taken it one step further, not just in supply chain, but also in the whole research supply chain, if you will, as well. And I don't know if you could, because there's the whole discussion about localization. You build a plant, create a supply chain, but there is that whole other added value and advanced technology and the research happening here in the kingdom. Maybe you could also talk about the plans you've got, because you've got the electric, you're moving towards autonomy. How are the plans working? We're all about mobility and electric mobility here, autonomy. Perhaps you could talk a little bit about Lucid, what the plans are within the kingdom and how that supports your vision for autonomy.
Thank you. So actually last night I was super busy with opening our first R&D center in the region. It's at King Abdulaziz City of Science and Technology, great partner, and where we are going to be really working on the mobility concepts, the battery industrialization of better battery technologies now here in the kingdom. Also product vehicle dynamics, localization, weather-related testing. So we are trying to bring all that knowledge base here in the kingdom. And actually it saves us a lot of money because we don't have to ship these parts back to United States and and then work on those. And then having these centers where you're producing vehicles are always beneficial. When we come to the autonomous side, we just recently announced our deal with Uber and Nuro, where Uber is going to be using their robotaxis. They're going to buy 20,000 Lucid Gravities, which is our 7-seater SUV that just came out in the market. These are going to be fully autonomous, so the passenger is going to sit in the back. Nobody needs to be at the steering wheel. So we are very proud of that. That technology is going to also be transferred into our passenger vehicles, and you're going to start seeing. We are currently on the Lucid Air, we are what we call a 2+ autonomous. On the Gravity, we are 2++ approaching 3. And then, of course, our goal is to get to the L4 very fast with this partnership with Nuro and Uber.
Thank you. Rusty, maybe, again, we're switching gears here from some of the producers and service providers to a region. So Red Sea is this very large region with lots of different geographies, lots of different transportation needs. You're heading up the mobility or planning and implementation. How does Red Sea really look at matching the needs of the different components of your development with the actual supply chain that's here available in the kingdom, and looking forward to be innovative as we've all been charged with in terms of Vision 2030 and implementing these projects?
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to take all of these technologies and combine them and put them in real world operational scenarios. We currently have the largest EV charging network in the kingdom. We have 305 AC chargers that are live and active. We have 75 DC chargers that are live and active. So we're really trying to push that. Now, the one big thing from us is we're doing it with regenerative tourism, right? That's our big theme. So we have 760,000 solar panels that power our destination. So we're trying to take all these advancements and all these technologies and apply them in a real world scenario. From a mobility standpoint, all of our guest fleet and all of our staff fleet are all electric. So we have partners, we have Lucid vehicles, we have Mercedes vehicles that are all EVs for our guests. We have Yutong buses to run all of our staff around site. And so we're trying to use all of these various technologies and put them in real world environments. We're also offering companies the opportunity to do proof of concepts with us. So we've done hydrogen tests with hydrogen vehicles and hydrogen generators. We've done tests with autonomy and autonomous shuttles. We just signed an announcement and had a partnership with the helicopter company where we're going to start eVTOL stuff. So we're trying to be on the cutting edge technology and continue to look at what's coming forward. And not just settle for, yes, we're all EV and we're all electric buses and we're all, solar power charging network and continuing to build on that, but also look at what's coming in the future. Because with the guests and they expect luxury, and we want to make sure that we provide the best luxury that we can.
And you've also got a very multimodal system, or required one, right? You've got islands out there that have to have some boats. I think you've also got seaplanes that take people out. So in some ways, it's almost one of the most multimodal systems perhaps that is invisible, and I guess there's future connections into Saudi Rail and all of those things. So in terms of how you're delivering the operation, so you've got right now, are there any future plans in terms of more, like you talked a little bit about eVTOLs, maybe there's you could share some thoughts or advance in terms of we haven't heard as much about marine mobility in terms of EV. I mean, that's a sort of evolving sector. Some of those areas that we don't always or haven't talked as much about here at the conference that you guys are actually a proving ground and a testing ground here in the kingdom for.
Yeah, we've met with, from a land perspective, obviously we go through everything with that. From an eVTOL perspective, we have that. But we've also met with boat designers. We're looking at hydrogen propulsion. We're looking at electric propulsion. And so we're meeting with all of these different builders, designers, as to how that, there are electric boats out there, but for us, the range is an issue, right? So we're working to help develop that and give them these opportunities. We've tried some of the hydrofoil boats. and had testing with those. So we're working in all aspects of mobility, and you're right, we offer the unique opportunity where we combine land, air, and sea, and you can literally experience all of that in one journey. Not to mention the micro-mobility that we offer with our buggies and our EV bikes. And so we're looking at it across the range for the full guest journey, and what's the latest and greatest, and giving companies the opportunity to come be a part of what we're doing, and showcase their product as well and see if it works. Because the other thing is, from our environment standpoint, right, we're for an electric EV environment, we're probably one of the harshest environments to run an EV vehicle out of consistently on a daily basis because of the salt air, the sand, the humidity. And so it's a great testing ground. And so we're offering that opportunity to say, come test it in our environment. We'll put guests in it. We'll give you guest feedback. We'll give you all the data, charging data, any of that kind of data, and we'll collectively work together to prove your product.
Thank you. So that may be, again, talking about the EV infrastructure, sort of moves us very well to our next sort of speaker, Harth. You're heading up the EV Association for Saudi, and in the country this large, I think 2.5 million plus square kilometers, some of the challenges that Rusty was just talking about, some in the coastal areas that have sea. So as a relatively new player coming in to help make this whole transition, to help Lucid be able to have infrastructure for charging, Red Sea, all of the different areas in this kingdom, what are sort of your observations coming into this as the association and the goals and objectives to really make electric propulsion work across Saudi Arabia?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I'll pronounce my name correctly because it's very difficult. My name is Al-Harith Al-Hassan. And for me to explain what is the Saudi EV Association, I would have to go 2 steps back, explaining why we created it. So basically, we have been working, I personally have been working in a company that builds the infrastructure for electric vehicles in Saudi Arabia for 3 years now. And during these 3 years, we have faced so many challenges that are not related to our main area of task or jobs, because our main task is to have a piece of land, bring a supplier that supplies the electric vehicle charger, and a contractor to build the site and for us to operate it. However, we faced issues with the legislations, with some of the regulations, and we faced some issues with the demand, because when we have a site, there is no demand for it, and it becomes very difficult for us to predict where the demand is. And therefore, the investors become more hesitant to invest with you, and they become more scared because it's very well explained from their point of view, because it's very risky and the numbers doesn't add up as it should be. So we went to mature markets, Europe, US, China, South Korea, etc. And what we found there is that they had the same issues early on, and the government had to intervene and put subsidies for building the infrastructure or for selling the electric vehicles, whether it is for individuals or for commercial uses. And we spoke with the Norwegian EV Association, and they gave us a very good eyesight, and they gave us also a lot of support. And we came here to the Ministry of Energy, and we proposed the idea for them, and they were very, very happy, and they adopted the Saudi EV Association, and the Saudi EV Association was created. So the main objective for the Saudi Electric Vehicle Association is one objective, which is to build, sustain, and grow the e-mobility sector in Saudi Arabia in the best form possible. And for us to do that, we have to link ourselves with 3 entities, if we are going to simplify it. The private sector, which is the companies in the sector, the stakeholders, whether they are such as Lucid, the manufacturer for electric vehicles, whether they are the dealers who import electric vehicles, or whether they are the clients, such as the Red Sea Global, where they are going to be using these EV chargers and these vehicles. Or also if it's going to be such as Black Lane or DHL or any of these logistics company. And the second entity is the government, and the third entity is the individuals, the end users, the people who are going to buy these electric vehicles. So when we listen to each of these three people, we get each feedback and we form it into a package and we give it to the government so that they can build upon these data when they are making a decision or when they are going to put a new regulation or a new legislation. So that's basically in a nutshell why it's created and the main objective for it. If I'm going to speak about what is the electric mobility sector doing as of right now here in Saudi and how it is, I would first compare it to the neighboring countries. And if we see countries such as the UAE and Qatar, you would see that they spread a very robust network for the infrastructure for electric vehicles very quickly and very wide. The main reason that enabled them to do that is the geography. Their countries is very small. Here in Saudi, we cannot do the same thing because of the vast space and the extensive distance between each region. So it was a bit difficult for Saudi to implement the same thing that was implemented in the UAE and Qatar. If you go to Egypt, Egypt is also a vast country, and with Egypt, it's more of a complete private sector initiative. And the thing that helped them to build this infrastructure, although it's not very widespread and it's not as robust, is the demand. The demand in Egypt is very high because the cost of petrol in Egypt is very high, and the incentives that was in Egypt for importing electric vehicles was very, very good for the end users. And so the demand was very high, and the private sector could start on its own to build this infrastructure. And this is how it was built in Egypt and in a smaller scale in Jordan and also in Tunisia and other countries. Here in Saudi, the build-up for the infrastructure is being done. It's a bit slow because it's facing some of challenges. However, within a few years, if we follow the right steps, it would be one of the best infrastructure for the basic reason that we have all the requirements for a market to be robust. In Saudi Arabia, we have the electric grid connected everywhere and it's available. We have the consumer being able to buy with very high prices. And at the end, we have a very robust system from the Ministry of Transport and from the Authority of Transport to support this sector.
Well, maybe just to have you sort of just continue that. So as a perspective as someone who might be a user in a few years, buying an electric car in the kingdom, might be a producer who wants to sell to somebody like myself who would be a user, what might we expect by the end, closer to 2030, like our objective for a lot of these things? What might we expect as a sort of a user or here in the kingdom, moving around the kingdom, not just in the cities, but if we are taking a trip to like Dammam or on a nearby, maybe a drivable trip that would be logical here in the kingdom, what would we experience in the EV solution?
So as of right now, this question depends on two things: the range of the electric vehicle and the infrastructure provided on these routes. And for the range of the electric vehicles, if we take the Lucid, for example, the lowest model can easily have a range of 550 kilometers to 600. And so that enables you basically to travel from Riyadh to Dammam without any issues. It enables you to travel from Riyadh to Qasim without any issues. But if you were to travel from Riyadh to Jeddah, for example, no, you would need the infrastructure to be there. For the infrastructure itself, now you can travel from here to Dammam. There is several stations from our company iCharge and from Sasco. If you want to travel from Riyadh to Qasim, also you have Sasco and our company and also EVIQ. If you want to travel from Riyadh to Mecca, you are going to be able to if you have the extended range vehicles. However, for the normal vehicle, it's not possible because the infrastructure for electric vehicle is not there yet because of some challenges that they are facing. If we take it from the consumer point of view and ask the question, is there going to be any incentives for the end user to buy the electric vehicles or any incentives for the private sector to build the infrastructure for electric vehicles in Saudi Arabia? Nothing is clear until now. But from the point of what I have seen until now is that we are going to adopt a model very similar to what happened in Brazil and to what happened in Thailand, where the market evolved within itself, being the demand created for the electric vehicles to be bought with very reasonable prices from various manufacturers, most of them are Chinese. And then the infrastructure will be a compelling business model and private sector will start to build it.
So, Ashram, we've got, so it's...
We got 2 minutes.
No, we have enough time. We'll want to give you enough time because I think your position in this is interesting because your company is sort of acting as a bridge, right, in terms of taking companies who want to come in here to the Saudi market, but perhaps don't have all the information, all the experience. And so you're sort of acting as that in-between, helping people adapt or helping companies adapt to the market. So maybe you could, we have some examples here on stage and obviously over the last couple of days, but maybe you could talk to us a little bit about how that experience has worked within the context of mobility and supporting the kingdom's role or goals and objectives that we've heard about today and over the last couple of days.
Absolutely. So I have been doing working in mobility and technology sectors for a little over 25 years. Mainly now, today I'm helping companies doing exactly this, which is using applied technologies globally to solve their mobility challenges. And I literally focus on areas like EVs, infrastructure, and digital platforms to serve the industry. What we are seeing 2 parts. One, the local market and challenges to adapt new technologies. And also we have huge interest over the past 2 years globally from global companies who want to come and operate in Saudi Arabia, but mainly don't know the culture, they don't know the operation, how to go about it. What we found is that there is a handful of companies, and mainly those are the Giga projects and Aramco, who created a system where they test and pilot different technologies and see how it fixes or it solves challenges that they have. And we have many successful projects, including Ritzy, where Rusty just mentioned, but the opportunity is huge. Corporates naturally focus on procurement, and that usually gets you only the biggest and safest bets. But everything can be solved by technologies, and technologies are available. An example, the other day, I was talking with the head of digital and one of the largest manufacturers, tires manufacturers, and they said, we want a solution that have predictive maintenance, so it solves their maintenance issues. The only solution that we have, they were talking, is that we go to a consulting company that builds a system for us. I said, no. There is a company that I know in Canada that can pilot tomorrow. And fair enough, this week they are piloting. It works perfect. They can commercialize it and do it for a long term. If it doesn't work, it's a learning point. It's a very cheap way to do this. And I guarantee you, most of the challenges that companies in Saudi Arabia currently have there is solutions for them if they create a system where they can pilot those technologies and then adapt it with them. Usually companies in Saudi Arabia invest and buy into these technologies, which usually does not get into a learning process within the company. So they have to create the system. And from the side of the international companies and startup and technology companies who want to come to Saudi, of course, now everybody knows they have to play the long game, but also they need to work with us, not for us, meaning that there is a big mandate, a mandate that have never been done before across so many different sectors, and they need to come and think with us how to adapt their latest technologies to make it work with this mandate. And I'm sure with building the relationship and building the trust that requires some time, they can flourish in the Saudi market and grow, have growth, very good success stories doing it.
So maybe then just one of the issues that sometimes comes up, and you've talked a lot about these pilot projects, is taking, so there's a good idea, a new technology, there's a new landscape, you've got a pilot. How have you found helping companies sort of transition from just the pilot stage to maybe full implementation or a larger growth? Because the pilot is important. As you pointed out, it tests the market, it allows you to learn something, but then taking that next step, if it's successful. If it's not successful, then you don't. But if it is successful, what's in the context of the kingdom?
So historically, what most corporates, and I'm sure most people in the audience have faced this before, is that they see new technology, they like it, but how do I implement it in the company? What the right way to go is from the start, they analyze and identify where are the challenges and opportunities, or maybe the one or two cases that they want to focus on. Based on that, those are actual immediate needs that they need to fix. So it means that this would have immediate internal commitment from the stakeholders within the company. So this way we can scout and find the latest and best technologies to solve those issues and pilot based on that. This would increase the likelihood of success because there is an actual need. If you just find a good, nice technology and somebody pitch it nice to you and you ask your team to implement it, there is no actual buy-in, right? Because it's nice to have. But if it's needed, then they would work hand in hand because they need to solve the problem that would affect their own operation. And BMW, for example, now they pilot, if I'm not mistaken, tens of different projects every year with new technologies because they created the department just for this. It's called venture clienting. So just for this, they introduce and adopt so many different technologies every year out of all the nice and good technologies. But first they identify what they are looking for, and then they attract all of the technologies. And everybody would love to come and serve you if you need them.
So one of the advantages to having a lot of expertise on the stage is that we've got a lot of expertise and a lot of varied opinion. One of the problems, of course, is that we have only so much time. I think we're coming to the end, but I thought we've heard, again, different associations, consultants helping, regions, companies. So maybe if I could just ask, as we wrap up here today, some final thoughts. I mean, from maybe hearing from some colleagues on the stage, something that's connected with something we've heard at one of the other sessions. And maybe just for simplicity, I'm going to start back, Jans, with you. Just some final thoughts as we close out today's session.
Sure, thank you. So an immediate reaction is, I need to touch base with you, Rusty. Just heard you need sustainable luxury transportation in Red Sea, so that seems to be very logical. Business development aside, I think, so we believe we haven't even started yet, right? We are just getting ready, and we have two main directions. So demand is obvious, right? Like this kingdom, the country has such a potential. So on the demand side, we feel very solid. The supply side is the challenge, right? And we have heard so many interesting comments on stage today On the vehicle side, we will keep on pushing electrification. We are already now, as we speak, at 30% ride volume being delivered in electric, thanks to the partnerships like with Lucid or Mercedes-Benz, EVIC. So we will push stronger there to get to 100%. The biggest challenge will be the chauffeur side, right? And this is something where we will significantly invest and double down on building chauffeur academies around creating thousands of high quality jobs, and this will be a fundamental focus for us going forward.
Thank you. Stan, maybe you could pick up.
Yeah, I think, look, you know, EV mobility is the future in the country and in the region. It's very obvious the policies are really, you know, driving that. The Saudi Green Initiative, which is targeting 30% of electric vehicle new car sales to be electric by 2030. That's 240,000 cars a year that is going to enter the market by 2030. And as mentioned by some of my colleagues here, I think, you know, supporting policies are going to be needed, and I think there are a few things that are going to be popping up in the next year or so for consumer side and for charging side, and I think that is going to really help spur the demand in the kingdom and make it a little bit more affordable to own. It's really, you know, one of the interesting things that a lot of people don't realize, because there's a perception that the gasoline is very subsidized here in the kingdom, but electric cities is even more subsidized. So for an average customer on a Lucid Air, as we were mentioning, you know, we have the longest range electric vehicle in the world with 838 kilometers of range on it in a single charge. To charge that at the lowest tariff rate at your home, it charges you for 40 riyals for those 800 kilometers. In an internal combustion engine, I can guarantee you, even with the prices in Saudi subsidized, it's going to be 300 riyals. So there is really no comparison when it comes to the cost of ownership. So Lucid is a luxury car producer, but we are going to have more affordable products pretty soon. And then the consumers will realize how much savings they can have in the total cost of ownership by having electric vehicles.
Thank you. Rusty?
I think for us, it's exciting. That's kind of the theme from a mobility perspective. You know, we currently have 9 hotels that are opening, or that are open and operational. We run 150 electric cars every day. We run 105 electric buses every day. But the growth is the exciting part. We have 8 more hotels in the Red Sea that are going to open early next year. We have 9 more hotel properties that are going to open in Amala. Our fleet is going to double in size. And so it's that growth and that opportunity to continue to work with the partners and actually implement these things and trial these things. It's an exciting time, and we're excited about how we're growing and how the market and the EV market is going to grow with us.
Thank you. All right, maybe bring up thoughts.
I could say that. I could say, hands on heart, that Saudi could be and should be one of the best countries around the world that implements e-mobility, for the basic reason that it has all the resources. And our task at the Saudi EV Association is to help and support the private sector to invest as much as possible and to be first movers in the market, and to also support the end users and the individual and commercial people who's going to purchase these electric vehicles, and get the government to support this sector in the best form possible, so that we can guarantee that Saudi Arabia is going to be one of the best examples, at least regionally, if not globally, when it comes to e-mobility. And may God help us achieve that aim.
And last but certainly not least, Hashim, your final thoughts.
So my thought is, if anything is out of, if somebody catch anything of what I said, is piloting is key. If we we talk with different ministry executives, we talked with different corporates in Saudi Arabia. Everybody is pressured and is under mandate to perform because of the country's targets for 2030. And the key word is piloting. International companies who want to come and operate in Saudi Arabia, they need to find companies with needs and government agencies with needs and play the long game with piloting with them. This builds good relationship. This makes the organization understand your product and your service and the value of it to achieve their targets. And I think there is a massive opportunity across the board for international companies to come and work with us to achieve 2030 vision.
Well, I want to end, the time has gone very quickly, as it seems to always do, and sorry we haven't had a chance to go in a little bit more detail, but I think we've covered a large area of topics here, and I hope it's been helpful for the audience, and I just want to end by thanking each of you very much for your contributions, for your thoughts, and I think we've all come away knowing and understanding a little bit better about the subject. So thank you very much, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Adam and our panelists for that interesting discussion. I will ask Mr. Al Hassan to stay on the stage because we are going to go ahead and moderate the next panel. So it sounds like Saudi Arabia is open for business. As you heard, pilots is the word. Very interesting conversation. We are going to go ahead and focus now just a little bit further on the automotive industry. We talked about the EVs here. And so now let me go ahead and welcome up our next panelist who will go ahead and join Mr. Al Hassan for the conversation. Thank you.
This is going to be one of the most interesting panels. We welcome the CEO of المجدوعي Motors, هشام. كيف حالك؟ حاسك طيب شيري. تفضل. So, for a simple introduction, المجدوعي is one of the biggest family companies in Saudi. They specialize in the logistics, and they have also a very big division in mobility, where they are dealers for various of brands and OEM manufacturers around the world. And I personally have the pleasure of having long personal interaction with a lot of their team and staff. And I believe they are one of the best companies when it comes to the after-sale services support for their customers. And the proof of that is the people who prefer to buy vehicles from them instead of the other dealers when it comes to the same vehicle. But today we are going to speak more about the e-mobility. But before we do that, I learned a lot about the very interesting story of what you have done with Shenzhen. Shenzhen is a Chinese manufacturer, and المجدوعي is their exclusive dealer for them, not here only in Saudi Arabia, but in the MENA region. And we want you to just make us go along the story of Shenzhen. How did you bring it? How did you dominate a very high percentage of the market here in Saudi Arabia? And what was the main lessons learned?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, probably turn it on. On? Could we get some in here?
You hear me? Yes, it's working.
Yeah, good.
So thank you so much for allowing me to be here in this forum. And it's a great opportunity to, let's say, explain our journey as Majdoua Motors in many of the distribution for many brands in Saudi and gaining the customer trust. In Shenzhen, it's a very interesting and exciting moment for us when we took over the brand distribution in Saudi, because this was, I believe, from the first Chinese brand that entered Saudi with a different experience. We were targeting at the beginning to create a new segment with new customer profile, targeting the young generation, which is the base of the population pyramid in Saudi. And we started to plan how to be distinctive between others. So from even the target business operating model, having a distributor, having our own facility, and establishing a big dealer network to cover the kingdom geographically, being close to our customers as per the primary market area, to be reached within 20 minutes within every location we have to our customers. So from location convenient perspective, from the services that we were offering, from the model range as well, because I would see Chang'an, and from number perspective, we are the only Chinese brand in the top 10 players in Saudi market. And we are number 1 on all Chinese brand in Saudi as in Majdoya.
Amazing.
So alhamdulillah, this is because of our engagement with the customer, having a great customer journey from an omni-channel perspective, from digital contact, physical contacts, okay? And all the time running many research and surveys with our customer to get known about their expectation, wants, and needs. So we work with the global team to develop within the research and development centers in China to bring the right product with the right price, and also having the right quality. Because, you know, at the first impression, at the early days, Chinese would have some challenges on quality in terms of spare parts availability, network, all of this. But alhamdulillah, it was a great journey, and we learned a lot, and we still extending our, let's say, innovation with Chang'an Global to bring this type of model to Saudi.
Yeah. If I asked you specifically, what was the main factors that led to the success, to the enormous success of Shenzhen here in Saudi? Going back to when you first introduced it to Saudi, when an end user look at Shenzhen, he would look at it as a Chinese manufacturer, and there is this stereotype that it lacks with quality. So my question lays in how did you manage to sell this amazing amount of vehicles? Was it the product itself, the vehicle? Was it after-sale services that you provide? Was it the price? Was it the warranty on the vehicle?
The first thing for us, the infrastructure was providing the right after-sales network from the beginning.
Great.
This is the backbone of any business in Saudi, because this is the most customer touch points that customer is reacting and interacting with you as a distributor. So having the right after-sales facility in terms of network coverage from day one. Number 2, securing a big warehouse for spare parts to ensure the right filling rates to our end users. So we reach now to almost 91% filling rate to our customers, and working to have a technical training department or training academy dealing with all the technical issues from the product with MCI.
Great.
In order also to satisfy our customers. So I believe this was like a breakthrough for us, and this was our competitive edge against competitors. In addition, as you mentioned, bringing the right product with the right pricing in the right segment, okay, this also was an edge. But the customers will not trust unless they got confident about the level of services, okay, from a proper timing perspective as well, and easy to reach as well.
Yeah, and if I were to add something that I personally know, is that you have provided a warranty that exceeds the market average, which eliminated the stereotype that Chinese vehicles have an issue with quality.
In addition to that, also the goodwill, which is after warranty. We offer goodwill budget for our customers that they already finished their warranty, but because they are a loyal customer for us, we are even contributing in the cost of repair, even things after warranty, to satisfy our customers.
Great. So now I believe we established that you are a very good dealer. So now I would move to your experience with electric vehicles. I believe you brought a huge number of electric vehicles here into Saudi, and I want you to talk about this experience. How did you brought it? Why were you able to sell it? What was the main issues and challenges that you faced with it?
The good thing for our business model is that we are distributor for many of the global brands like Peugeot, Hyundai, Citroën, Genesis, and Changan. So we learn from many of OEMs, different schools, okay, in this era. And I would rename it like the new energy vehicle, okay? I will not limit it to electric vehicle because, as you know, the level of revolution in the innovative technology is massive. It's very dynamic. So we started on a retail concept to bring this type of electric vehicles or new energy vehicles to be sold within our retail network. And then we started to enter the B2B era, mainly in the last mile delivery, okay? So, you know, in one of our brands, we have the LCV. So, and the last mile delivery was targeted by our model range, and we start to knock the door and exploring opportunity. So we went through the proof of concept at the beginning, checking the model acceptance in terms of range, and we measured the total cost of ownership, and we went through some challenges in terms of availability of infrastructure like the charging points.
Good. So the main challenge you faced when you tried to sell these electric vehicles is that the customer says there is no infrastructure and therefore I cannot buy your fully electric vehicle.
Yes, this was at the beginning, and that's why because of our feedback that we sent to the OEMs about customer reaction, they start to develop the range extended vehicle, which is mitigating the risk of relying all the time on the infrastructure of the full electrified cars. So this was part also from the dialogue that we have all the time as a distributor with the OEMs. The market is very dynamic, even customer expectation. At the early days, when you ask any customer, what do you expect or why you want to have the purchase intention to buy an electric vehicle, at the beginning it was like, it's a lifestyle, I want to take the latest technology. It was at the beginning related to sedan segment, coping with Tesla at this time. And after that, developing many new products in many segments like SUVs. So customer even expectation got changed from year to year. And it was very dynamic, and this is all the time a challenge with the designers and the research team to cope with their expectation.
That's very interesting. And after your experience with the fully electric vehicles, you've gone to a new experience now with DPAL. So talk about this.
We just launched DPAL almost 1 month ago, and we keep working in this project for more than 1.5 years.
Just explain DPAL basically. What is it, and what is the product that is provided? Internal combustion engine? Is it electric?
Very good. DPAL is a range extended electric vehicle arm under Changan. Changan, in terms of product portfolio, they have the ICE, the internal combustion engine. They have the pure dedicated EV platforms and the REV. When we discuss with the OEM about what should be the convenient product to mitigate all what we explained in terms of risk and challenges, they invested to have almost 5 to 6 models, which we launch only 3 models, and there is almost another couple of models is gonna be, inshallah, launched very soon in many segments, in sedan, in SUV, in maybe also in luxury segment, and pickup as well. So we cope with the regulation because, you know, CAFE regulation in Saudi is dictating certain fuel consumption in terms of pointing system, and in order also to cope with the environment restrictions. So this type of vehicles is accommodating all of this. You have the latest technology, you have the latest design, which is convenient from, let's say, total cost of ownership, because one of the reasons that customers is intending to buy this type of REV that they think about the total operating life cycle, okay, for your product. Yeah. It's not a matter at the beginning that you have much competitive price, but in terms of maintenance, in terms of fueling. So DPAL range is offering 1,100 kilometers if you have a full charge for your gasoline tank and full charge for your battery. And if you don't have or you didn't find the right locations for charging points, you can keep charging your fuel tank and you keep driving the car for 500 to 550 kilometers.
Yeah.
So now you enjoy the new technology, okay, and also you experience the range extended.
Exactly, and without the disadvantages, which is the range anxiety
Exactly.
and having a fully electric car. So if I would call it the sweet spot, so after building upon your expertise and your experience in the past few years, you haven't gone with the fully internal combustion engines vehicles, and you haven't either gone with the fully electric vehicles. You took something in between, which is called REEV, which is the range extended electric vehicle, which basically, if you have electricity, charge it. If you have petrol, fill it with petrol, and you would be able to travel for a very, very extended ranges, which is basically very, very convenient for the end user. So my question here would be, what are the main challenges in selling such a product? Is it that the price of it is too high? Is it that the customer awareness and the customer is not aware of such a technology and therefore they will be afraid of it? Is it the after sale of the vehicle would be, for example, the after sale services would not be as anticipated, or the resale value of the vehicle would not be as expected from the customer?
Very good question. So at the beginning, for any new product, we have to work on to establish the brand equity. And now we have to challenge. The first challenge that DPAL by itself, it's a new brand name. And the technology that we're offering to the market, it's a new technology as well. So we are in the stage now to introduce the brand with an educational campaign about the product and the technology. So we need first to have the product acceptance in terms of new technology. So we are introducing also the car connectivity, which you can connect your car with your mobile. So you can check your driving behavior. It can predict your periodic maintenance timing, when you need to charge your battery, when you need to refuel your tank. So many things from technology is available on your mobile application. This is first, how can I brief it or describe it, like a kick milestone or big milestone to introduce this type of product. In terms of after-sales network, we are gonna use the same after-sales network for the internal combustion engine. So you don't have the challenge of network coverage. Price, I would see, compared to the internal combustion engine, is gonna be competitive if you consider
in terms of price.
Yes.
Good.
Yes. Even also if you consider the level of saving that you're gonna have in your total cost of ownership. So I believe this is gonna be the right solution. You accommodate all the requirements in terms of coping with the vision, minimizing the emission in terms of CO2, okay, having fuel efficiency, and bringing the latest technology with a big model range and wide range to match customer expectation.
Yeah, and as of right now, we have seen the enormous success of the Reeve technology with ROX, which is a Chinese manufacturer here in Saudi, and also with GTOR. So yeah, I think DPAL, with the support of Al Majdoui infrastructure, would have a very, very strong foothold in the market. Thank you very much for this amazing panel, and we would look forward to having you next year to see how have you done.
Inshallah, and I promise Saudi market to have a new success story with DPAL as we did with Chang'an and other brands.
Yeah.
And let's meet inshallah next year in
Absolutely.
the Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Everybody, this is Sharif, the CEO of Al Majdoui Motors.
Thank you.
Check. تفضل. حياك.
Thank you both for those amazing insights of what the evolving future looks like here with electric vehicles here in the kingdom. Now we're going to turn our topic a little bit to the heart of urban transformation happening everywhere, the modernization of parking, of tolling, and of curbside systems. As cities expand and mobility habits shift, the way we manage parking and curb space is ever-changing and undergoing major revolutions right now. This panel is going to explore how smart curb technologies and integrated systems are transforming the urban landscape. I'd like to welcome to the stage, please, Dr. Christian Gasparek, our moderator, and the panel.
All right, so parking and curbs are in some ways the antithesis of mobility, if you will, because they don't move. You probably have noticed, but they're really important foundations of mobility. We typically think of them as spaces, and that really, I think, is a good way, and the conference organizers, I think, have summarized the title of this session very well by thinking about spaces, access, and mobility, because parking, off-street, on-street, curbs, the place where parking happens and other things happen, really are a very important binding tissue of mobility. So we have parking, we could have logistics, loading zones, micromobility, charging, all things happening, competing for space as well. So we would today discuss about these things. How can we look at parking today? We'll paint a vision in the future of what might be do differently in parking in these connected areas. How can it help mobility? How can it help cities, design and enable movement? And we'll do this with our panel here. First, I would like to introduce them very briefly. We have Asael Al-Katani here, who is working with the city of Riyadh, with the municipality, to be specific, with an entity called Riyadh Al Riyadh, that is driving a part of the mobility in the city on municipal assets, and parking is a very important part of that. And Asael is leading that and will for sure tell us a lot about the ambitious plans that Riyadh is undergoing through right now. We have Gregory next, who is the Director of Transportation and Parking for the city of Hoboken, and we just had a very brief chat. If you don't know where Hoboken is, it's part of the New York metropolitan area. It's part of the state of New Jersey. And it's a very, very urban, dense community. And I'm sure you will tell us a bit more about it and the challenges associated. We have then from another part of the world, from Cali, from South America, Felipe Montoya, the Executive Vice President responsible for the financial and commercial side of the Cali public transport system. And finally, we have Philippe Optebeek, who is coming from a different perspective, coming from the private sector. He was leading as the group CEO, APCOA, one of the biggest parking operators in the world. My name is Christian. I'm a partner with Carney and the global lead for the Carney Advanced Mobility Institute. And on a personal note, I would say quite actually exciting about parking. I've done quite a bit of work in that space, no pun intended. And I'm also in the UATP part of the parking working group. So I think we have probably almost every continent on the world represented here on the stage in different perspectives, and this is great. Maybe just as a quick warm-up, if we think about parking as a revenue tool to make money, as a traffic management tool, or as a public space tool, in a very short answer, what do you think is the most true right now in the city that you live in? Maybe if we start with you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity, Christian and everyone. So basically, we look at parking as a service that should be given to the people and to the public realm. It's basically to enhance the traffic flow, to reduce the congestion, and for sure having revenues. It's basically revenues being the catalyst of having these costs that will be produced on that curb and on that assets. It's gonna be for sure a self-sustained assets That's how we see it as a revenue. From another perspective, it's basically the economical GDP and the high turnover in front of the shops that gonna keep giving new customers to these shops and so on. So we look at it on the broad perspective of traffic, of people themselves, how it will enhance their jobs, their businesses, and for sure the last thing is how to make it sustainable, especially with the with our government and the vision.
Great. Gregory?
So in Hoboken, we look at parking as a revenue generator, but also as the curb space as a public good. You know, we can do more, and we can talk more about that, about how in Hoboken we use other ways to program the curb to also generate revenue and provide public benefits for residents and visitors to our city.
Felipe?
Hello. In Cali, in Colombia, we have a very big problems with the public space, with the parking, with the curbs, and we're looking as an opportunity to make relationships, and that's how we're working to give it back that spaces to the people, not like a business space, just for the good mobility and give it back to the people. That's what I do.
And Philippe, I think you might want to mention which city you're referring to as part of your answer.
Yeah, I live mainly in Zurich and Antwerp, and in those two cities it's mainly used as both a revenue and a traffic regulation tool. In Zurich you're only allowed to park 2 hours on the curbside, and it's expensive, so people are encouraged to use something else, the train, or use off-street. And in Antwerp you're not allowed to park curbside unless you live there, but the permits are sold at a high price. So for other space, I would say it's mostly in Europe linked to bikes, making room for bikes. If you want to have large-scale bike lanes, you need to sacrifice some on-street curbside, which I think is a good thing.
Okay, great. So maybe let's go in a bit more depth, and maybe we start with you again. And with Riyadh, where we are right now, tremendous transformation happening at the moment. You're going from 0 to 100, reinventing parking on a big scale. Can you maybe talk us through the current priorities that you have for the city, the process you're going through, and maybe reflect on what are you solving for? Is it to create parking space? Is it the revenue that we mentioned? Is it maybe illegal parking and behavior? Is it thinking at the same time also about creating services as add-ons? So where are you right now in the Riyadh's transformation?
Okay, perfect. So all of you said is basically one of our priorities, but basically in Riyadh, we started with making a master plan where we targeted the high potential and high demand areas where we saw high congestions, we saw illegal parking, and a lot of problems that arise from bad behaviors of people using cars. It's not known that people rely solely on the cars in Riyadh, and it's the most used public transportation in Riyadh. Basically, we're trying to solve the peak places or the pain points in the city, and going forward to enhance the behaviors of how do you park properly. We need to give the curb, just like they said, as a service to the people. We started from having the assets, the parking as free and free of charge, and now we are offering it as a service, paid service. And because of that, we tried to see a huge improvement in the city, because people will gonna in the long term gonna change their behaviors towards something positive to the city. Especially that all of you said, we look at the revenues, we look at the people's shifting behaviors, and we're trying even to shift their behaviors to lean forward with the public transportations and the BRT. So all of that is, we are trying to take it into consideration. And now we're trying to actually study the full citywide master plan, especially with the rapidly growing city and the target of 2030 to actually increase the people and residents from to up to 10 million. All of that gonna come with the challenges to the mobility. And these are we are trying to tackle it within our master plans and our strategic positioning in the municipality. Especially that we are trying to be a huge catalyst to involve the private sectors to get into our triple P and the BOT and so on, and the modeling.
And maybe I say a very brief follow-up question. In terms of numbers, you have some amazing numbers that you're currently working on. Maybe could you give us one or two pointers? How many parking spaces are now kind of properly coming to the market, just to have a bit of a feel for the huge transformation you're going through?
Yes, exactly. So last year we announced that we finished the first phase of off-street master plan. And we already last year also contracted with our private investor for the on-street. For the on-street, we have approximately 24,000 paid parking spaces, which is on the commercial streets, and we have approximately 400,000 managed spaces, parking spaces. And that means the following parking spaces that inside the neighborhoods adjacent to the commercial streets are being enforced and managed by enforcement laws. For the other sector, which is the off-street, we finished the master plan, which allocated almost approximate plus 40 location, diverse from surface parking to multi-story, and these two files are working in a synergy and kind of a cohesive kind of files that are gonna support the on-street and the paid parking. So we're gonna talk about 300,000 kilometers of matter of space, and for the off-street, it's approximate 13,000 paid parking.
Excellent. And Gregory, we spoke about Hoboken before, and I'm sure you will add a bit of nuance and context, but I can imagine that it's probably one of those places where everybody fights for a very finite space, where you can think of many, many ways how to use it. So how does it work in practice, and how do you try to solve for that issue?
Yeah, so Hoboken is the fourth most densely populated city in the United States. It's about 1.2 square miles and has 60,000 people, which is, by American standards, very dense. Car ownership is still relatively high. About 2/3 of residents own a car, and the city has about 9,000 on-street parking spaces, yet we issue about a little bit over 10,000 on-street parking permits. So obviously for on-street parking, every inch, every centimeter, every small unit of measurement you can think of matters. So when we're thinking about reallocating space at the curb, we have to be very precise and very considerate of other uses. And so we are working now on a plan to basically create different types of typologies for streets in the city and program the curb accordingly. For instance, in a predominantly residential block, most of the curb space will be used for resident on-street parking with some space for loading, in short-term parking and for pickup and drop-off, and obviously in a more commercial area along a transit route, there'll be more uses that support transit and in commercial high turnover parking spaces. But it's a very politically sensitive issue, parking, and it's an issue that we spend a lot of time working to solve, even though from some residents' perspective, there's really no solution that will please everyone.
Yeah. Felipe, let's maybe talk about how parking influences movement of people in the city, and what the linkage is between parking and the curbside and the public transport system with bus, metro, and other operations. So in your city, where do you see challenges that arise between when the connection doesn't fully work between these two things?
That's our challenge behind with the bus transportation, with the public transportation. How can we liberate spaces for the city, not only for the parking, for the people? And that's how we work to make better service. In Cali, we have the first air cable who connects the hillside with the big city, and we want to promote another cable systems. And that's how we liberate different spaces for the people doesn't need the cars, doesn't need the motorcycles. We have a lot of motorcycles. The people doesn't respect the warnings and anything in the streets. So we have to get them a better service, and that's how we think we work, and we're gonna be a better city to live and a better city to walk around, to get to the jobs, to get to the homes, and that's with the public system.
Yeah, thanks. Philippe, you have a different perspective on this. You, as we mentioned before, you have led APCOA, one of the biggest parking operators in the world, and maybe you can reflect briefly on the size of operations you had across many countries, many of those that you have expanded into. So from an operator's perspective, what do you feel are the things cities are asking of you as an operator? Is it specific services? Is it different ways of doing things? And then maybe as a second part of that question, what would put you or the private sector as an operator in the best position to deliver on the city's ask? What would you need?
Okay, so I've done many different industries. When I joined parking, everybody I know said, how can you join such a boring industry? Because at that time it was very simple. You put coins in a parking meter on the curbside, and if you want to use off-street, you drive in, take a ticket, you need to walk to a machine, pay, etc. This has obviously completely changed. It started in the Nordics in Europe, and with that the demands of the cities have changed as well. So we managed curbsides also, not in all countries, but because in Germany, for instance, it's not allowed to give it to private companies. But where we did, the brief is now no capex, so no more parking meters. Everything needs to be payment system related, preferably with QR codes or cameras, so that it's automated. So cities impose the payment providers. Some cities choose one payment provider, which I think is pretty restrictive. In Netherlands, anybody can become a payment provider for parking. You register on a central database, and with certification, you go live. So they are very involved in the payment cycle. Then obviously you had EV, especially in railway systems, for instance in UK. The advantage there was that they can invest ahead of the curve, not according to usage, but they invest 5-6 times more than what is actually used. But it encourages people to buy electrical cars. Then for the private, they could actually ask a lot more to operators. One of the restrictions, and there I'm very jealous of places like here, some of the car parks, well, most of the car parks in Europe have been there for 20, 30 years, and there are contracts that specify what you're allowed to do in that car park, and how many spaces need to be dedicated to short-term parking and to long-term parking. This is obviously very restrictive. We're in 2025, not in 2060, 65, when the car parks was built. So for instance, to do logistics, you need to get permission. If you want to implement fast chargers, it took us 18 months to get fast charger approval in the first underground garage in Berlin. If you want to do it in Frankfurt, you start again, because this is not national regulations, this is local regulation. Now, this is all happening, so you need to do pilot projects and then improve the point. But so cities could actually, in the contracts, allow for more flexibility around usage. And then obviously always the sticking points with cities is around pricing. But I think also there, dynamic pricing, etc., is now something that is accepted, and it's also being pushed by cities.
Excellent. So maybe if we go to the next round, Asael, and we very often speak here in the Kingdom about the year 2030. So let's be a bit generous and give it a few more years. So let's say 2035, to not put ourselves under too much pressure. Can you paint a vision for us? How will parking look in 2035 in Riyadh, and what would you like to, enable and achieve by then? What needs to happen for your vision to be successful?
Okay, perfect. So basically what we envisioned, it's not only the paid parking or the parking itself. We looked at the parking and the curb. These things are the most valuable assets to the city. The curb and the paid parking, the on-street parking, should be dynamic, should be flexible, and should be valued in an enormous way. Dynamic and flexible in matter of it should be flexible and adjust to the needs of the city. Like an example, for example, AM, it can be allocated for the logistics. We cannot even turn our heads around the e-commerce and the rising of the logistics. We see the delivery bikes everywhere in Riyadh. So providing a specific paid parking or a toll for these people or these specific services will actually enhance the service and the quality of life in general. We see that the curb and the paid parking itself should be given back to the people, as in the midnight when the parking should be turned off and not operated and active. It should be allowing small businesses to have their own shops, their own kiosks, to actually benefit the people and make them go and grow a good behavior of walking toward these kiosks. We will enhance even the EV charging, the micromobility, the accessibility towards from the neighborhoods to these parking. We're gonna try to shift gears from on-street parking to off-street parking to actually bring back the curbs and the on-street parking to the people again. So it will look amazing, inshallah.
Inshallah. Maybe the same question to Gregory and Felipe. And Gregory, if you would like to go first. We have mentioned that parking, and I think you both have mentioned that the human element in parking, the emotionality, the behaviors are something that's quite important. And we probably all have gotten pretty emotional over parking at some point in our lives, or quite often. Now, you both also have a perspective of a city, not only from the parking side, but rather from the mobility and parking side. And if we think to 2035, we could say, hey, ideally no cars, everybody takes mass transit or a bike or walks, and we might do a bit more of that. Probably it's not going to work out fully. But what you would maybe think about is to influence behaviors through the parking lever, right? You might make it more expensive. You might take away capacity, and where now there's a parking, maybe there is a park or some other activity. So how do you deal with this emotional topic and with the human interface? How do you influence behaviors in a way where you don't incite a riot at the same time? So maybe it would be good to hear from both of your cities how you have a perspective on this, please.
Yeah, I'll first just say from a vision perspective, Hoboken and Riyadh look nothing alike on the ground, but I think our vision is very, very similar. And I think, we have a tremendous opportunity in Hoboken to, continue to support different types of mobility at the curb. Currently we have bike share parking, or bike share docking stations. We have car share spaces. And then we also have a lot of e-commerce that's creating challenges. And I think what residents oftentimes understand is that the amount of curb space that they use regularly is actually very small. They're keeping their car at the curb, for multiple days per week. They're using it primarily for storage, and they're moving it just for street sweeping, once or twice a week. Most of the trips that they take throughout the week are by walking, by biking, or by mass transit. So what we try and do is provide those options and make sure that those options are desirable, and continue to implement policies. We've started using automated enforcement, automated aided enforcement to help keep bike lanes clear, bus stops clear, loading zones clear, because we've seen that just because we create a regulation for a loading zone doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be available for when people need it. And we're also trying to lean into more smart technology. We have a fully digital curb, so all of our curb regulations are completely digitized. but we're still struggling with you know, how to use that in a way that is on a citywide scale and helps benefit, you know, residents and small businesses.
Thanks. Felipe?
We came from a joyful culture. We are the world capital of the salsa, but the people think that they can do whatever they want, and that's what are we working. In 2035, we expect to have a community train that connects 3 of the most important cities around Cali. We expect to give to the people unless 3 air cables to give them back to their homes, to take the people to the works, and we expect to the public transportation is the best in Colombia, and it's the best way to move around Cali and the nearest cities. And we are not thinking about parking lots, we are thinking about sidewalks, we are thinking about public space, we are thinking about the commerce in the public space. We have a lot of poor population, and we have to give them opportunities, and we have to take the public space but organize, and take the public transportation, the best way to move around the city.
Philippe, maybe to close the panel, last question to you. We haven't spoken much about the pricing side, and especially how parking and tolling interact together. So any views that you might have, how do we see the connectivity between these 2 elements? Do you look at them separately? Do you look at them together? What's the best way to influence the right behavior and the right mobility in a city, from your perspective?
Look, also for private operated tolling systems are not necessarily bad if it's part of a whole philosophy. For instance, in Oslo, there's a tolling system introduced, but at the same time they decreased the amount of curbside space available and made it for other usage, which for a private operator is interesting because then the assets which are not being expanded are more valuable. So you can demand higher pricing. I think the important thing is to always think, if there's a tolling system, where are the cars gonna go that drive onto the tolling system? And if, for instance, Austria, they introduced paid parking, they then didn't think what are these cars gonna do at the barrier and all the residential areas outside of the ring of Austria Vienna were inundated with cars. So the cities also need to think what's happening in the suburbs if you do something. But if it's all well thought through, then it all serves a purpose, better transportation, better sustainability, but also making space for the right car usage.
All right, I think at the end of this session, I would maybe just like to conclude, Philippe, with your words earlier at the beginning, that parking is a boring business. I hopefully think the panel proved otherwise, in terms of it's really an important lever, and it's actually quite a differentiated lever through which you can influence mobility in a city and behavior, commercial aspects, and many other things. So I would like to thank the panelists for the discussion. Thanks very much.
I want to thank our panelists for shedding light on curbside and parking, how it's transforming. Parking is not that boring. It's all very important. So ladies and gentlemen, I am actually bringing you to the final session this morning. It takes us to the space of the future of delivery by land, by sea, by air. I am moderating this session, so I'm going to ask our panelists to come join us. All right, we will jump right into things. This is going to be a general question for everyone. By way of introduction, tell us a little bit about what problem you're working on, trying to solve, and any milestones that you've been able to accomplish and reach so far. We'll start on the far end with Olaf.
Sure, I'm like the odd one out on the panel in that I'm a VC. I think of the role of a VC a little bit like a conductor in an orchestra, where you've got everybody playing the instruments and the conductor doesn't actually have an instrument to play. But at the same time, without the conductor, things don't necessarily always work out so well. And so My goal is to work with founders in order to first understand their business, be a sounding board, to make introductions, to give critical feedback. So that's, I think, the value of a VC. And within the domain that I focus on, I think there's a big advantage to understanding that domain and being able to add value. And so we focus on the transformation of the real economy. And a huge part of that is what we're going to talk about today, which is the logistics value chain, taking goods from a factory and then delivering them to endpoints, to end customers from A to B.
Great. Go ahead, Chris.
Thanks, Vivian. I'm Chris, co-founder and CFO of Newlix. And we've been focused on level 4 autonomous vehicles for logistics since 2018. This is a whole new species that it does not have a steering wheel and a passenger seat. So it's you can think it's just an empty van. And up to now, we have already successfully deployed 13,000 vehicles worldwide in 300 different cities. Mostly in China, but in this year, we successfully earned the permission from the Abu Dhabi and Dubai, and also in Lisbon. So we're working on our overseas business. I'm really looking forward to let you to see our vehicles in Riyadh, maybe next year. So basically, what we do is we develop our own algorithms and end-to-end model, and we design and manufacture our own vehicle. We apply for the road permission, and finally, we deploy those vehicles on the open road to serve the logistics scenarios. And right now, our customers, including the logistic companies like China Post, like Jingdong, the JD.com, are also including the e-commerce platform like Nuwen.com. We also start business with McDonald's and KFC to help them to transport food from the distribution center to the cafeteria, to the canteen. And also we start doing business with IKEA to help them to move furniture from the warehouse in the urban area, in the rural area, and then move it to the shop inside the CBD. So that's basically what we're working on.
Great, thank you. Kurt, tell us what problems you're solving.
Sure, I'm Kurt from Hextronics. We make battery swapping drone stations. So essentially a drone takes off from one of our nests, it goes and performs a mission, responds to a 911 call, scans some train tracks or an oil field, and then comes back to the nest, and we swap the battery so that it's ready to go again in just a couple of minutes. So it's kind of like a coffee machine, but for robots. And some key metrics that we track is reliability and field performance. And so we have systems with over 100,000 cycles deployed, and then right now across our fleet, we're doing a flight roughly every 6 minutes. And that's across the world in over 26 different countries. We're just a small team based out of Miami, but we're here today. Thank you.
Congratulations. Please, Henry.
Thanks, Vivian. My name's Henry, and I lead policy at DoorDash Labs. So at DoorDash, we are working to power local economies. And for us, we ask ourselves fundamental questions like, how do we improve that by getting 1% better every single day? And so about 7 years ago, we founded DoorDash Labs, and autonomy was always at the heart of that focus. And so today, what we're looking at doing is launching a multimodal platform that really focuses on autonomy. So this multimodal platform would include dashers, which would be the backbone of our operation today and will continue to be so, but also delivery robots, which include our ground-based programs on the sidewalk, and also our purpose-built delivery robot called Dot, which some people may have seen, but also drones and autonomous vehicles as well. So the idea is having all of these on one universal platform. You can get safer, faster, more sustainable results that really have an impact locally. And this idea of multimodalism is really the future of what we're trying to do at DoorDash. This was a very exciting year for us. We had a number of announcements on partnerships across this multimodal platform, and we're really looking forward to next year when we're going to be seeing a lot of the results.
Thank you. And lastly, Todd.
Yeah, thank you. And to stay with the multimodal format, my name is Todd Gratz. I am the co-founder and CEO of a company called Aerolane. We were started to essentially transform the cost of moving all objects. And specifically, we wanted to do something that is the best of rail, the best of ground trucking, and the best of air all in one. And we decided to do that by creating a technology we call the AeroCart, otherwise known as towed cargo gliders. So basically trains in the sky, planes towing other planes, either existing planes or new technology planes that we've created, all on the website. We've recently signed an order with a major U.S. freight airline. It's a real order. We actually have to deliver real product. We have to deliver it next year. We're very excited about that. But also previous to founding Aerolane, I'm a known pioneer and trailblazer in the world of drones in the United States. My team either created or co-created all of the commercial firsts in the United States Drone Organization, and we're heavily involved with rulemaking for Section 333, Part 107, and now Part 108. So very, very familiar with rail, air, and ground, and looking forward to engaging.
That's great. So we heard a lot already in this introduction about the amazing innovations happening right now. Chris, I'm going to turn this first question to you. Where is autonomy make sense and maybe where it doesn't make sense? You announced already some interesting forms, factors that you're already using for deliveries. Tell us about, again, where it makes sense and maybe where it doesn't.
Sure. Basically, when we look into the logistics, we can see it forming by three procedures: the transportation, then the picking up and drop off, and then the handling. Means you need to take the goods and going upstairs. So for the autonomous vehicle, when we replace the human driver, normally the driver should be taking responsible to the pick up, drop off the stuff. So by replacing the driver, we need to think thoroughly about the procedure. Otherwise, we may even make the cost higher rather than help the customer to achieve cost down. So basically, what we are good at, and what we research a lot is how to combine the transportation also with the autonomous loading, unloading mechanism on it, like making a container, standardized container. And for the handling, this is kind of impossible for us. We think that should be served by the humanoids or the drones to help them to just go directly on the rooftop or to the specific floor.
So I'm going to follow up with Henry. You talked about being multimodal, having dashers, having the bots, et cetera. What have you learned so far in, again, kind of what works and what doesn't work? When do you pull which lever to use which type of delivery?
Yeah, it's a great question. So again, we had a number of announcements this year. We announced partnerships with Coco Robotics, Serve Robotics, and then on the drone side, Flytrex and Wing. And so all of them have different use cases. What we've learned is that, autonomy is not going to solve every problem. For us at DoorDash, we're really fortunate. We have been successful. We're doing 8 million deliveries a day. That is a lot of volume. And so for us, we're using autonomy to really complement fulfillment that dashers wouldn't ordinarily take, right? That also allows us to reduce congestion on roads. It has all these different kinds of benefits that we're starting to realize. And what you also understand is that not every order is the right tool in the order in the toolkit. And so for us at DoorDash, we've had a lot of learnings here. I think the most important thing is that you have to have different types of methods for delivery. And for us, it's about expanding that in the future.
Great. And so, Kurt, you had mentioned being deployed already in so many different countries. Tell us a little bit about what infrastructure challenges maybe you face, or how we can expand globally to make sure that this innovation that we're seeing success in some areas can go ahead and expand globally.
Sure. So, well, I got into this whole business because I asked a variety of different people who were flying drones, providing drone services, or building tools with drones, essentially what their biggest kind of problem or need was. And they came back saying, look, we need to use our systems to the maximum extent, and we make these automatic missions that do this automatic process, but they're really only as automated as the person that has to go there and swap the battery. So the infrastructure that we provide through our products is just a drone station that enables this continuous and kind of constant uptime flight. And it also enables for an infrastructure of kind of daisy chain or lily padable drone stations where you can do kind of cross city deliveries if possible, or just continuous uptime flights. So a big component of this infrastructure, just like we were talking about earlier with electric vehicles that needing charging stations along the way, very similar for drones and small aircraft as well. So that's what we're working on.
Todd, I have a follow-up question here, a little bit related and a little bit outside the box, but tell me, as cities are working with these regulations, you talked about being very involved in all that, what are some of the challenges that you've already seen in the industry, and what opportunities lie ahead to make sure this continues to grow? Lots of challenges, but what do you think are the most important things that you work with regulators on to continue growth?
I think the thing that was our secret to success in my previous life at BNSF Railway and also in all the advisory and rulemaking committees I was part of is that you need to find a route to yes. And a lot of these municipalities and states and counties and feds or governments around the world, CAAs, what have you, there isn't a, Saudi Arabia seems to me is the exact opposite. There's a political will, there's mental clarity, there's capital, there's need, there's everything coming together. I'm just in awe of this country. In other parts of the world, and especially at the city and state level, they have to have the decision that they want new technology, and they have to understand they won't always have a regulation that supports it. It may support, it may not support, you don't know, or it prohibits it. They have to be willing to have the political will to move through that very, very quickly, because without it, it stifles innovation and interest. And as you can see, capital and innovation goes where it's welcome.
Yeah, and that's actually a perfect segue to our next question. So you have to have that political will, you have to have the route to get there. Let's talk, Olaf, about the money to make it happen. So tell us a little bit about what you think is the biggest economic shift, and again, how these startups and companies can make sure that we are collaborating with the VCs or the right groups to get that money to move forward.
Yeah, I think like an important point about the real economy, the space we're all operating in, is that it's pretty hard. So there was all this hype in 2016, I don't know who lived through that, around autonomous vehicles. In 2021, there were going to be autonomous vehicles everywhere. We're in 2025, and Neolix has deployed some, but on the like we're kind of in the path of productivity now. But it's been a long ride, and the reality is, in the real economy, the big challenge is that you have to deal with the real world, which includes the regulations that Todd was pointing to, but also involves the long tail of complexity. Basically, Waymo has this example of a lady chasing ducks in an electric wheelchair with a broom as one of the training examples, and that's the kind of thing you find in a home if you're doing robotics, which is a space we're super focused on right now, or if you're building autonomous vehicles, or any other kind of system in this world, is you have to solve for this long tail of complexity. And what we've done as an investor, and we've been extremely successful, our fund is a top 1% performer with like 60% IRR, and we've done that by being extremely focused on pragmatism, on ideas that are achievable within a realistic time frame. So a lot of investors are hoping that things will happen that aren't necessarily going to happen. And what we look for is the pieces in the logistics value chain and upstream on the manufacturing side where things are achievable in a realistic time horizon where there's leverage. So on the one hand, you've got AI that's pouring into the space. You've got AI for logistics, a company like Happy Robot, which we've backed, which is bringing voice agents and other forms of AI into coordination in the logistics value chain. We've backed a company called Agency Robotics, which is doing sortation in the distribution centers. And then we're also looking at pragmatic solutions. We're investors in Todd's company, which I think is much more pragmatic than anything you're seeing on the VTOL side, which is a hope and a dream that you're going to get all these regulatory approvals. And what Todd is building is a realistic vision of an incremental improvement that actually has way more transformative potential for the logistics value chain. And I'll give a shout out to 2 other portfolio founders, because 4 of them came to this conference, and I was very excited for them to see Saudi Arabia and to engage with this ecosystem, which I think is very forward-looking and engaged with technology. The one is Humble Robotics, which is doing autonomous vehicles for the logistics value chain in ports and on the roads. And the other is Fin, which is doing a software layer which creates leverage for coordinating last mile delivery, creating both a marketplace and a SaaS solution for that. So we're looking at these very pragmatic ideas, and we've had a lot of success in backing great founders that are realistic about transforming the world. And you have to do it step by step, but in that process, you can actually bring about massive transformation.
And I think part of that success, I would imagine, and what the startups and companies have to prove to the funders is is what works and what doesn't work. And like the first question I asked Chris is kind of a follow-up. You talked about IKEA deliveries, KFC, a lot of different options. How do you, as a company, determine what data do you look at to decide, okay, we're going to go down this path or that path or the other path? What information gives you the path to decide how you're going to use your autonomous vehicles?
We think the first principle for the logistic would be cost down. Well, that's the biggest difference between the robo-van, which is our segment, and the robo-taxi. Because robo-taxi, you need to focus on not only cost, you need to focus on the experience. Yeah, no passenger want to feel like sharp brake and sharp acceleration, but for goods, it's just fine. So basically, when we're looking at what customer we can serve, it's a mathematical problem. It's about calculating the TCO, which means the total cost of ownership. So basically, all the logistic customers, they will count the cost of the vehicle, cost of the labor, cost of the energy, and then divided by its lifetime mileage expectancy. So when they do the calculation, they will find out that their cost would be, in China, the number would be like 70 cents per kilometer. Yeah, if we try to do some business like Uber Freight in China, your price would be about 70 cents per kilometer. And from our current technology, we can reach about 30 cents per kilometer. So that's the reason why the customer will eager to find us and to use our product.
So Todd, let's talk about air freight and talking about economics, and how do you see the work that you do shifting logistics?
Well, first of all, those are my two favorite subjects, economics and air freight. And how do we see, I'll give you my perspective, but just all the concepts on the stage, you know, I think the thing you can't ever forget is what we're trying to do is we're trying to maximize the availability of freight availability and reduce the cost as fast as possible, especially when you get outside of, say, the United States, that is a very, very mature, and other countries that have a very mature road network, rail network, right, air network. Developing nations or island nations or elsewhere that have a real economic drag because their logistics costs are so high, and that drives everything else. It's also natural inflation built in. We're focused on reducing that. I think the key thing for all of these mobility concepts is not to forget the fact that if you just focus on what we did, for example, cost and capacity, if you just laser focus on that, and then almost the technology and everything else is set aside, you actually transform things for not only your customers, but the markets you're identifying. And I think that's what I know that's partially answering your question, but also kind of making our statement but for all of us here and many of us at this conference, it's really that. It's mobility is a service, and how is a mobility an enabler for economic activity? And if you focus on reducing the cost of that logistics segment, then you benefit everything downstream.
All right, I'm going to go back to Olaf with another question about money. And tell us, what do you think is going to be an economic shift? Maybe reflect on what's happened in the past, as you did already, but looking forward 5 years. You know, what does the economic landscape look like for innovation? If you can answer that, it's the million-dollar question.
Well, I think we kind of have two cycles playing out. So on the one hand, you've got Waymo deploying now, which is much closer to the public markets, to the place where we're focused on. And we're actually focused on a time horizon more like 10 years rather than just 5 years. I think over the next few years, you're going to see autonomy actually commercialize. So if you think about what's happening in the world of tech right now, there's a thing called LLMs. You might have heard of them. And they're transforming the world. But that technology was birthed through something called AlexNet that then became a key inspiration for the autonomous vehicle teams. Was kind of, a lot of the development was kind of accelerated through the autonomous vehicle space, came through LLMs, and is also now feeding back into that space. There's another thing that's spinning out, which is this excitement about robotics. Tesla, you know, if you want to try and justify that valuation, it's a story about robots much more than it is a story about autonomous vehicles only. And so you've got these different technologies that are in different stages of maturity. So we've got autonomous vehicles starting to become productive, driving value. You've got incremental technologies that are very pragmatic, like Todd's technology, that are solving real problems and reaching commercialization. And then you've got things on the software side, like AI, that's feeding into these value chains because it's a general purpose technology. That's why it's so exciting. It applies to everything, and it also applies to coordination. It applies to regulation. If you need to read thousands of pages of regulation in order to figure out how to deploy your DoorDash sidewalk robots across different states, LLMs can help you with that. If you're coordinating in the logistics value chain or selling vehicles, these technologies have applications in that space. And now there's this nascent thing happening with robotics, where we hope also that the technology for robotics can become more general purpose to solve the kinds of problems that Neolix is dealing with, which is how do we get this package from this autonomous vehicle into the person's house? It seems so simple. You're so close to the door, and yet all the stairs and the little children and the dog that's going to bite the leg of the humanoid or the dog-like robot that wants delivered, it's all going to create complexity and create lots of challenges. And so intelligence writ large is very hard to do in the physical world because of this long tail problem that I pointed out. And so a lot of the hope and the investment in NVIDIA chips on the very bottom of the value chain and all of this data science and research and data capture and training is in order to solve more and more generalizable problems so that we can create more and more economic value and then plug it into particular use cases in order to drive economic value.
And I think there's definitely a demand. We're seeing that already with many of the pilots happening. But all of that takes money, it takes political capital and will, regulations, et cetera. So Henry, this one's for you. How do you work with cities, regulators, cities, countries, et cetera, to get them to buy into these concepts, to these innovations, and partner with you to bring this forward?
Yeah, that's a great question, Vivian. So it's not just about partnership. You really have to think about it as deep partnerships, right? I think the human element is really important. So today, companies that are looking to deploy and partner with cities, they really have to hire the right people. Not only do you have to have people who understand the policies in place, the laws on the books, but people who can communicate, people who can listen first, and people who can really relate to what the local regulators are trying to achieve. And so I think that's the first piece. I think then you have to take it a step deeper. You know, how can you sort of co-design with these cities? How can you look to deploy, but really figure out ways in which they can have a hand in the process? You have to have feedback loops, so it's not just about listening. You have to be able to take in that information, reorganize, replan, and then present that back to the city. This is not an easy process. DoorDash is doing this now. And fortunately, we've got the right people, but this takes time. Because we've had success in many other verticals, we have the ability to, really go about this in the right way. Some startups don't have the ability to do that, which is unfortunate. I think also you really have to think about the political players at the table. You have to really understand, when are they up for re-election? How can you, have a vested interest in their future, especially if they are a welcoming environment? You also have to help them help themselves. For instance, a lot of what we do when we go into a city that's interested, we give them sort of a playbook of what has worked in other cities. We often have them talk with their neighbors, especially, if there's interest there. We think about a regional approach. Again, this takes time. It's not often what our engineers want to hear because for them, it's, the technology works, so it's taking so long, right? But you really have to think about the long-term impact. And then speaking of impact, you really have to qualify and quantify, what it really means to deploy the technology and be able to explain it in a way in which the policymaker understands. Not an easy task.
So I'm going to turn to Kurt because Kurt's talked about the success he's had in lots of different countries. Henry just talked about those challenges, but what do you see, Kurt, as the missing piece? What do regulators maybe not quite understand, or what are the things that they need help educating on?
Sure, well, this is definitely a tough one. But I think it's some level of cohesion between everyone. Of course, it's always difficult. I mean, in the U.S., the regulations move at different speeds or in different directions as other countries, and even with Part 108 that just is kind of unfolding in the U.S., there's already thousands and thousands of comments that are going to only delay it further and further down the line. And something that at least I see is guiding it is kind of private private interests, groups that want to win in markets and want to kind of take over new verticals and deliver great products and services to customers. And I think it's kind of like a natural progression that's just going to find its way through over time. But really, the way that we've had some success in these other countries is by, in some level, selling to cowboys, selling to the people that say, "Screw the regulation. I'm just going to fly this thing in my backyard and figure out how it works, and then build a case to then submit that to the regulators, saying, look, I've proven this technology. I can use it for X, Y, and Z reason. Now let me fly this in my own terms." And so I think, yeah, it's all coming together somewhat naturally through the growth of just different economies.
So ask forgiveness may be sometimes the way to go. Okay,
Can I add something to
Yeah,
that?
please.
Because he used my favorite term, cowboy, and you know, one person's cowboy is another person's Bedouin, and you're basically surrounded by the will of a Bedouin tribe that decided we're going to build something. So those cowboys can actually get a lot done.
Chris, let me ask you a question. What do you think are some of the biggest bottlenecks that you've encountered? Again, along those same lines of working with regulators, what's been the challenge really that maybe you've found a way to solve, or you're still working on solving?
The bottleneck for the robo-van industry is truly the relationship with the government, with the supervisors. So in China, what we have done is we discover a mechanism and we hand it over to the government to let them to see that our vehicles are safe. So basically, we need to report whether the vehicle have any accidents or have any like sharp brakes or sharp accelerator. Basically, it's the same thing what the U.S. companies do to report to the NHTSA. So that data help the government to understand that your vehicle is at least is much safer than the human drivers, about like 50 to 100 times. But when we try to expand this thing to overseas market, we'll find it especially hard because all the things should be move across the border, like local server, local data, local model, local regulation, all the things should be local. So that's the very big obstacle when we're encountering with, especially when it compared to the EV, to the traditional vehicles, you don't face it with such problem about privacy and the cybersecurity stuff. But for the autonomous vehicle, humanoids and drones, I think definitely that would be the bottleneck.
Great. Olaf?
Yeah, I think if you zoom out, there's a huge societal problem that's faced in America and perhaps also in Europe, which is that we've become very litigious as societies. So if you just look at young people's sentiment politically, there's a lot more extremism. I think a lot of this is being driven by the fact that as a person in my demographic or younger, it's very hard to afford a home. And there are lots of people that bought homes during a time when it was easier to build, but it's now become really difficult to build. I think this is obviously an arbitrage for countries like China, Saudi Arabia, where you can act faster on regulation. I think there are other strengths of an economy like the United States, but this is a very cruxy and difficult challenge. And this is a forum that brings together the private sector and the public sector. And I think this is why it's important, is that it's very easy to get tripped over your own shoelaces of, you know, this is kind of point of like most of the leadership of America for the last 100 years has been a lawyer. And in China, they've all been engineers, right? And I think this is reflected in the way that America thinks about litigation, policy, regulation. And there's a challenge that when you just think about things through the eyes of the law, what you become is risk averse. You try to prevent things bad from happening rather than ensuring that good things happen. And at some point, that starts compounding and getting to the situation that I think we're in right now, which is already quite bad. And unless something dramatic happens in order to course correct, it's only going to get worse. And nobody's going to be the one person to blame, but it's a collective action kind of problem. But I think we all have to take small risks in order to push things forward, because if we don't have that vision, we're going to end up in a much worse situation for our children and the generations that come.
So this question is going to go to both Henry and Todd, so you all can decide who wants to go first. You've both talked about working with regulators. You've both talked about some success and challenges. What do you think would be advice to others who might be startups or trying to break into a new market? What does a successful regulatory partnership look like? Y'all have touched on that a little bit, but I just want to get into a little bit closer some advice maybe for those who are interested in starting up some new innovative ways to do things.
No way I'm going to follow Todd.
Smart.
Number one, adopting a no surprises approach, which has been controversial in the past. You always want to keep a trick up your sleeve, so to speak. You want to keep your cards close to the vest. But I think we're in a new sort of time where you can no longer do that. There has to be transparency. There has to be accountability in the way that perhaps you didn't have to in the past. And so all of these are ways in which you can build trust. Trust is one of the most important currencies in doing this work. And if you lose it, it is really difficult to get it back. And so you want to do everything you can on the front end to really build that trust. So it's about being honest. For us at DoorDash, there are a couple principles that we try to live by. One of them is called responsible deployment. What that means, safety first, so bringing the regulator in, letting them understand our approach to safety. And then, again, I talked a little bit about getting 1% better, making sure that throughout that engagement of dealing with regulators, you are improving the relationship and educating them on how the technology works and how the relationship can move in a positive direction.
Great.
Yeah, Henry's right, so I'm following better answers. But the thing I'll add to this too, my secret sauce is when I started in the aviation regulation space, I didn't know a thing about aviation regulation. So I went out and hired the absolute best former senior regulators and field office people to educate me. And you're absolutely right, no surprises. That was the number one thing, total and complete transparency. And then that builds trust to the point when a lot of people would sit on the sidelines and say, why is this railroad getting all these one-of-a-kind authorities, and why are you letting them do this and that? My co-founder, Gur, at Amazon Prime Air, couldn't get anything off the ground, and we're flying multi-hundred-pound drones hundreds of miles at a time in the middle of the night, flying them from multiple states away. And it wasn't that Amazon didn't have an impressive government affairs organization. They had one of the best. And it wasn't that there was anything wrong. It's just that we built such a transparent and trust-based relationship on the fact that we were a safety organization and so were they. So the thing I'd add to that, the only thing I could add, is when developing these relationships, you never have to be right all the time. You can actually be wrong most of the time. Let those regulators stop being regulators and become safety partners. I actually don't, whenever I go to the FAA, was just there a few days ago, I remind them of that. They're not regulators, they're safety partners. Establish that open channel and you'd be amazed at what you can get done. And I think the last thing is stepping away from the regulators back to the most important thing. Understand regulators, they answer to elected officials who in many cases are well-meaning but heavily uninformed. And you need to understand that these regulators in the back of their mind, we said this earlier, they're thinking about their jobs, they're thinking about their futures. Understand there's personal currency there involved. And if you can wrap all that up, borrow a lot of what DoorDash has done in DC, you'll build the relationships and get things done.
That's great advice. I hope everyone follows up on that. I've sat on both sides of that coin and agree with you wholeheartedly. We are running short on time, so we're going to go ahead and finish with a rapid fire question. What region, this is going to be for each of you, and we may have repetitive answers, but what region do you think is going to lead the way in the automated delivery, say in 5 years or maybe 10 years? What region is going to be the key region? Is it going to be Europe, North America? Is it going to be right here?
I think it's not going to be Europe. I think the United States has deep structural advantages in terms of capital, technology, and innovation. And China has advantages in terms of deployment velocity and also commoditization, bringing down costs. And I think those are the two races that are going to play out. I think what's happening in Saudi Arabia, for instance, is a battleground between these two kinds of approaches. I don't think it's super clear what's going to work out. I think America is going to build really good technology that's expensive, that solves complex problems that the US market can afford and many other markets will benefit from. And China will keep them honest, bring down cost, be pragmatic, and deploy. And I think that's the tension you're going to see. I don't know if it's super clear which way it's going to go, because I think both have advantages. It's like a fight between two sides that have their own strengths and they're very different.
Okay. Or Saudi Arabia sitting here on real currencies, real money, a real economy, and can smoke them both if they want to. I mean, I've never sat on a piece of property, call it this wonderful country, and realized that they have every capability of becoming absolutely without. I mean, I've never seen anything like it in my life. It's just amazing.
Chris, any thoughts?
Yep. For me, I'll be voting for the MENA area.
Okay.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but as my perspective, the Chinese government and U.S., they all have some like serious burden towards the social economy thing, like the labor union or the jurisdiction of all the things. So if you want to choose one country that can take the leap, like in the next 5 to 10 years, I think would definitely be the country in the Middle East, because they'll have enough motivation and less burden to doing this, and also enough resources.
Kurt?
Yeah, I definitely agree with what's been said here. I think the ones with transparent cowboys.
Henry?
Well, +1 to Todd and what he said about the potential of Saudi Arabia. However, DoorDash is a global company and is headquartered in North America. There you have it.
There you go. All right, excellent. We do appreciate everyone's input here today. I want to thank you all. It's really, I'm excited about the future. The future is already here, but what will still be to come is amazing. Thank you all for great insight. This is the last panel for the day before lunch, so I'm going to invite you all to enjoy lunch. Make sure you come back, check out the program. We have lots still to come. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome back. I'm your co-host Greg Lindsay, returning here for our final stretch of the inaugural CoMotion Global 2025. This afternoon, we're going to put the global in CoMotion Global with sessions going to Sub-Saharan Africa, to Latin America, and beyond. If you weren't here for our final session before the break, you missed out. I'm particularly fascinated by the transformation of mobility, and particularly urban robotics and mobility. We had Neolix on a webinar in CoMotion during 2020, during, of course, the pandemic. And one of the main insights I took from Neolix at the time is how they were combining their autonomous delivery services with cell phone data to basically dispatch infrastructure to where people were. So when I still speak to real estate audiences in particular that believe in location, 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 well, what if in the future we dispatch the real estate in the form of autonomous vehicles to where the people are? What if we take that relationship and turn it inside out? And it is very interesting that the flip side of mobility in its own way is accessibility. So an interesting sort of trajectory for the potential of mobility. But in the meantime, we're going to shift our attention here to Sub-Saharan Africa because, of course, if you know the future of cities, you know that is, in fact, the future. Almost all urban population growth for the remainder of the century, which is effectively the remainder of human civilization, given current UN population projections, will happen in cities there. And they face innumerable challenges, as we heard from Freetown Mayor Aki Sawyer on the day one of CoMotion Global. So to lead that discussion, particularly with urban innovators who are tackling some of those challenges, it's my pleasure to introduce the moderator of that session, Anjali Mahadevia, who is, of course, the head of global programs for CoMotion. Anjali, please. Round of applause, people.
Awesome. Hello, everyone, and it is my great honor to introduce our two panelists today. First, we have Mayor Rohi Lowe, Mayor Rohi Lowe, so you can come to the stage. Mayor Lowe is the first female African mayor in the entire continent. She is the president of the locally elected Female Mayors Network across all of Africa, and she is the vice president of the Global Parliament of Mayors. So please give a round of applause for her. Amazing. And next, I would like to call to the stage Valerie Labi. Valerie Labi received our CoMotion Urban Visionary Distinction Award earlier today. She is the first EV manufacturer across all of Ghana. She's also the CEO of Wahoo Mobility. Wahoo Mobility builds electric vehicles and creates jobs and delivery pathways and ownership pathways for the vulnerable populations across Africa, especially women and the unemployed youth. So please give a round of applause to these two amazing female panelists. So my first question for you guys is, when we think about emerging markets, there's oftentimes this belief that they are falling behind. We are seeing a revolution happen across all of Africa right now. What is the revolution you are seeing, and what is your vision for leapfrogging Africa in the mobility sector?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, congratulations to my sister. That was a well-deserved award. I think I will start by saying that localization is very, very key. And Africa needs to start localizing, meaning that we have to start being innovative, producing our own things. That is very, very important. If you look at the products that we are using in Africa, how much it is costing Africa, it is really overwhelming. When we have the materials, the know-how, the land, and everything to enable us do it, localizing it. So I want to say that the most important is to have the vision of localization. The African Revolution should be about local innovation. And this is what my dear sister is doing in Ghana. The focus is on using mobile technology to organize and improve the existing informal transport network, making it more efficient and user-friendly. My vision is for Africans to design cities that are really compactable, not design cities for people and not for cars. But it seems like that in Africa, we are designing cities for cars and not for people. Compact cities are safe for women. They are safe for our children. And they are safe for the disabled, those who are left behind. So my vision is to see Africa localizing our products and stop buying expensive goods from other countries. Africa is turning into another space, and it is really very sad.
Thank you, Marilou.
Yeah, I think when you're starting with a vision, it's always important to really think about where is the starting point? Where are we now? In somewhere like Ghana, the average age of a vehicle on the road is around 14 years old. So I'm a true believer that every vehicle on the continent is going to change over the next 10 years. And what it changes to is really is the important question. I think that electric mobility is an inevitability in our markets. But the roadmap to get us there is very important. I think, like Mayor Lowe had said, when we're talking about how do we make sure that there's sufficient local content in this transition, and I think the first thing in terms of my vision for the future of mobility in Africa is it has to be designed to our context. When you're looking at transport models now, at the time, most vehicles, most mobility models have been designed somewhere else without Africa in mind and kind of imposed in our markets. We have petrol vehicles that are secondhand and dumped in our markets. We have dependencies on secondhand imports, but we are the markets with all the natural resources. So as part of my vision for the continent is how can we also ensure that we are driving value from our national resources, that we are creating paths for innovators, and that this transition that we're going through in mobility is also going to be a huge job creator from the perspective of producing vehicles, producing softwares, leveraging our data, but also a big job creator for those who are actually using the vehicles in productive uses.
Thank you, guys. Now, I just heard you both talk about how we need local solutions to solve local problems. And we talked about market representation, but we also can talk about gender representation. Now, you two are pioneers in your field, but also pioneers for women at large. And so I would love to hear you both share, why do you see women playing a vital role in the transport sector? And what are some of the biggest barriers that you've witnessed for women in the mobility sector in Africa?
I think it's not only about women playing vital role or women how. It's the how that I don't want to hear, because Africa is woman. When we talk about Africa, the picture that comes in mind is women and youth. We are the breadbasket of Africa. But we are first and foremost underrepresented, because the system is designed for men. So the answer is as simple as saying that we are the primary user of public transport. Without us, the public transport will not work. But are we safe? The answer is no. Their daily experiences that we are going through is really, really very uncomfortable. Women are the primary users, as I said, of mobility in Africa. But we are really very, very unsafe in the space of mobility. We get raped along the way. You will see women in unsafe cars. Some of them even deliver their babies in the car. You wouldn't believe it. because of the distance that we have from our homes to the markets to the schools, many things happen along the way. And here, we are only looking at the urban areas. Can you imagine those that are at the rural areas? Because mobility is not only about cars. Some of them use these donkey carts. And along the way, some of them in the rural areas, the villages, are biting or attacked by wild animals. So women suffers a lot because it's like mobility is designed only for men. So I think it's important to mention that women are really, really unsafe when we talk about mobility. Another problem is difficulties getting funding and training. If you look at Africa, many women don't own cars because cars are designed for men and not for women. We are not also in the mobility field simply because we cannot have the funding. We don't have the capacity. Everybody knows that the African women lack the capacity of getting funding, especially if you go to the banks even to get loan. We don't have collaterals. We depend on our husbands. You ask them collateral, the next day they will send you packing. So it's better you keep quiet. So what can bail us out from this is the biggest question. But honestly, when we talk about mobility, women are the primary users because we are the population of Africa, but we are really unsafe in the mobility space.
Mm-hmm. And that's a great segue to you, Valerie, to talk about ownership opportunities also for women and the work that you're doing.
Yeah, I think that, so our business model essentially is we design electric bikes and electric motorbikes for emerging markets. And then we have a way of essentially allowing our end users to pay for the vehicle over time. And it also as they use the vehicle on, let's say, delivery platforms. So it's basically a productive asset that now allows us to essentially bank the gig economy worker. And when we started this, predominantly the majority of delivery riders we saw were men in the space, and I think that's natural in most markets. But as we've started to grow, we've realized that if you are in most of our like cities, I always say that people send their daughters to the shop and pay their sons for delivery. And so that was just kind of an interesting space for us to start. Well, if we as women are doing the journey to the shop anyway, what is the differential that is basically unlocking that journey as a productive journey for our brothers, our uncles, our cousins, that isn't for us? So we started to really look at what were the barriers for women to enter the gig economy space, and we identified a number of things. So an example would be in a lower income household, typically a man would have a smartphone and a woman would have like we call them YAM phones, so a phone that maybe at most has WhatsApps. So there were even things around a digital gap on understanding how to read maps. And so we've been developing programs specifically to look and address these barriers that can support women to actually transition, if they want to, into the courier space. And we did a particular program in Togo, our neighboring country, called Women Delivers. And what we saw was the productivity of a woman delivery rider was significantly higher because the use cases were more. They weren't just moving goods from A to B. We found women in the morning were picking bread from the local baker and dropping it at a household, picking up laundry and delivering lunch. So they became almost like concierge services. So I think for me, in a lot of new mobility models that we're developing, we are missing that there are going to be a lot of new use cases as we get friendlier technology into our markets. But one of the big challenges is around affordability and how we can, overcome that barrier. I think secondly, on my point has been as a woman entrepreneur in automotive, the automotive industry in general isn't that inclusive, and it gets less and less inclusive as you move up the levels of ownership. And so as an owner of an electric vehicle company, as an African mother who's doing something in my markets that's capital intensive, the likelihood of me being able to raise any rounds without being a statistic was basically zero. And so I've had to really think about innovative ways to finance my business as I scale, because traditional markets haven't been as accessible to me. And one of the ways that we basically have done that has been accessing the carbon markets. So I'm actually the first woman to have an authorized carbon deal. So basically, as riders ride Wahoo bikes, we earn carbon revenue from the Swiss government, and that's been a way for me to be able to leverage a new, innovative way of finance to be able to break through some of these barriers.
That's incredible, and such an innovative way to finance your business model, especially to such an underrepresented demographic, to make that financially sustainable. So my last question for both of you is, we talked about barriers, and now let's talk about solutions. One of the biggest catalysts for innovation is public policy. How has public policy enabled innovation in both of your respective fields as a planner and as an entrepreneur? And what are your biggest focuses, I guess, moving forward in your respective markets?
I think good policy creates a clear vision and supportive environment. It is important for women to be at the round table where mobility policies are made. We cannot say that women are the primary users, and when policies, mobility policies are made, at the round table is only men. So that automatically shows you that mobility is designed for men. So it is high time now to allow women to sit at the round table and give their inputs. I think that is one of the most important things to do. Another thing is to have women in the private sector. I want to see 30% of women make the private sector compared to the 1% we have in Africa. I think that is really shameless. So it is important for women to be part of the private sector. Much bike routes and less cars. Cars are noisy, and they create a lot of environment. So this can all be happen through policies. When you have clear-cut policies, you can make all this happen. Also cars are taking almost our lands that could have been used for housing. If you look at how much land we invest in cars, and people are sleeping outside, then we should all agree that we are worshiping the devil. So cars contribute to 30% of the world's problems. Yes? We become sick from its pollution and poor through investment. Everybody wants to have a car. One house, 6 cars. One house, 4 cars. And we don't even realize that we are getting poorer because of the cars. We have to buy fuel, we have to wash the car, we have to maintenance the car, etc., and so forth. So, honestly, I think we should revisit this. The bottom line is that we are addicted to our killer. Yes, we are addicted to our killer. And the most interesting thing is we're not afraid of the killer. We're not afraid of the killer. But instead, we are addicted to the killer. So let's use our spaces, originally for cars, to have at least 10,000 homes. And yes, we can do it. If you go out and look at the spaces that we are using for cars, we can use it for bicycles. We can use it for riders and have more space than using the whole space for the next generation only to get luxury cars. Be aware of your killer.
Thank you. Valerie.
I think in many African markets, the private sector is moving faster than our regulators. And it has pros and cons to it, but I think at the stage that we are now, there are a number of fundamental policy changes that we need across many African countries. The first thing for me is really a clear definition for even electric vehicles, micromobility. I've had a number of different topics spoken about in this last few days, digital twins, the use of AI in mobility. But when you look at our regulatory policies across the continent, all of those concepts don't even exist. They're not being regulated. They've not been defined. And that becomes a challenge when you're looking at scaling businesses in our markets. We have the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, which is really looking at how you encourage trade between African countries, but the automotive section of that policy has not yet been ratified. And I think it's because we've been competing within the continent amongst ourselves rather than collaborating on leveraging strategic resources and understandings of markets to be able to grow as a continental industry. As an innovator, one of the things that I'm really pushing for in my country, my national policy, has been around sandboxes for innovation. Our governments typically, when there's something they don't understand, try and just say, no, don't do it. I'm always being told Africa's not ready for it. This won't happen in Africa. You don't have the infrastructure for it. But what I've seen is for the majority of the world, a lot of mobility solutions are looking at tiny incremental changes to problems that aren't really problems. But in our markets, the big opportunity, and going back to the question on where we're leapfrogging, is that a lot of our population are living in impossible situations. And so we are planning for how do you change lives from impossible situations to possible situations. And that's really a huge opportunity. And it needs policies to get behind it. I think in a country like Ghana and West Africa, there's a lot of political will that's been very positive around the transition to EVs. There's a willingness for governments to collaborate and engage and do partnerships and pilots. But what we need now is for investors to see African markets as the future, to see African consumers and to see African innovators as being opportunities to invest in, so that we also get the right type of capital. And I think a lot of the times we talk about, there's a transition, there's not grant money for Africa, but what I feel that what we really need is deliberate investment. Investment that's saying, actually, I'm investing in changing a system, I'm investing in enabling a leapfrog, and I'm investing in it because it's a commercial opportunity, but there are also huge social impact benefits to it, and that it just makes environmental sense. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much to our two panelists. This was awesome. And one of the big things about CoMotions is public-private partnerships, and it was so great yesterday. We printed out an MOU between Valerie and the mayor of Banjul City, so stuff like this is why we do CoMotion. So thank you guys very much for listening. Great job.
All right, I would like to get it down for posterity that we should have the CoMotion Global announcement, the Riyadh Accord here, to take up the mayor's challenge that every city should take enough space of its streets and turn it into 10,000 homes. And it's up to you, city, to figure out how many homes you want to build and how much road space you want to take up. I think we'd see a lot of really dense housing rise very quickly if we did that. That was an incredible session, and Valerie's comments there to me about about the fact that so much transportation and mobility technology for Africa is adapted from elsewhere, reminded me of another Ghanaian Accra resident, Leslie Loko, who was the curator of the 2023 Venice Biennale, the Laboratory of the Future, which really imagined what if we had the possibility to go back and go forward and imagine so much more of the built environment really designed for local conditions in Africa. And this was a very bracing conversation to me that so much of mobility has to be done that way as well. So thank you so much to the two of them for that. Well, next we're going to return to Latin America. If you were here earlier for the conversation with President Alvarado and Mauricio Rodaz of Quito, you may have caught the exchange where Mauricio was pointing out to Claudio Rego, another one of our urban visionaries, the sort of friendly rivalry between their two cities to race to basically electrify and make their transportation fleets more resilient. And so here to take us inside of that process is Claudio, Governor of Santiago Metropolitan District here, to talk about the ins and outs of that transportation. So Claudio, please.
Well, thank you, and of course, thank you to CoMotion for not only the award, but also the invitation. I come from a wonderful city, as all governors or mayors say. Santiago de Chile is an 8 million people city with 52 different boroughs and 52 different mayors. As you can imagine, not easy to manage and govern. We are surrounded by mountains. We have 60 vineyards, for those of you who like wine. And we have a very modern infrastructure as a city. However, as many cities in the world, we face huge challenges. One is inequality, who has many faces, one of which was the quality of transport. The second one is the air pollution. And the third is also climate change. So, like 10 years ago, we had to develop a vision of what should be the type of transport system that we will have in our city. And so we started a process knowing where we wanted to go, but not necessarily how to get there. The first thing was to take a very fragmented, private-run bus system in the country, in the city, to have a more ordered and planified transport system for the city. And the main driving force for that change, at that time at least, was air pollution. Santiago was among the most polluted cities in Latin America, probably in the world at that time. And one of the main emitters of CO2 to the air and the city was public transportation. So we started this reform not necessarily thinking of electric transport at that time, but merely thinking about the idea of having modern transport for everyone in the city. However, in 2017, we were able to start what at that time seemed impossible. I'm of the school of thought that only those who think the impossible make the possible happen. So we said, what if Santiago could be one of the leading cities in electromobility in the world? So as many other people say, we thought big, but we started small and then we scaled fast. In 2017, we had the first pilot of electromobility in the country. Was like 20 buses, electric buses in the city to see how it worked. So you have an idea, we had like 6,000 buses in the city. So we started with 20. It worked. Not only we were able to maintain it, the streets will support it, people will, actually had a very good evaluation of the system. So then we scale up. Next year, 100. Next year, 2,000. Next year, 4,000. This year, 4,600. 60% of the public transport fleet of Santiago is electric right now. And interestingly enough, how we were able to do this. One was the vision, the political will, and the idea of having a policy that will stand the turnout in government. So 3 different governments were able to support a policy that was driven by, data, the importance of clean air, but also the need to adapt Santiago to new forms of mobility. Second, we were able to innovate, both technologically, but also legally. Our contracts with the private providers had an incentive in order to have electric mobility. So the incentive, even though it was not that high, was high enough to promote this. And our vision is by 2035, all Santiago buses will be electric. But also we need some financial innovation in order to get the funding for this company. So some of the Chinese providers of the buses were able to provide the funding, the long-term financing for the buses, but also the technical innovation. We didn't have in the world at that time big chargers for a fleet as big as the one in Santiago. We have the largest electric bus fleet out of China in the world right now. So we need to invent chargers for not only one bus, but 200 buses, 500 buses, 1,000 buses. So not only legal or financial, but also technological innovation. And last but not least, we need public-private partnership. In the case of Santiago, we don't have a public-provided transport system. It's provided by the private sector in a concession scheme by the state with subsidies by the state. So it's a mixed system where we have innovation, we have long-term contracts, we have public subsidies, but also private risk. And more importantly, this project, this vision, this plan had results. So now when we see the results in Santiago, we have lowered the pollution by 40% in the city. So those of the people that really see the data and want to have data-driven policy think, check, this was a good policy. But also, we reduced 50% the noise in the city because the buses were very old and very noisy. And also, we reduced 50% the maintenance per bus due to technological and the big scale of the maintenance system. And more importantly, or as importantly, the people supported this. The public transport in Chile, especially in Santiago, was in a history low record of bad evaluation by the public. And interestingly enough, the last 5 years, as we were implementing this electric fleet in Santiago, the appraisal, the evaluation of the public system, the quality of the public transport system in Santiago just went up. We have to adapt some things. All these electric buses have air conditioning. All of them have Wi-Fi. And the quality of the bus is the same in the richest neighborhood of the city and in the poorest neighborhood of the city. So even if we didn't think it at that time in this sense, electrification or electric mobility in Santiago ended by being a very important urban equality tool and environmental sustainable tool. We were making Santiago more equitable, and we were making Santiago cleaner and more sustainable. This has been a success story, I would say, but it's not an isolated tier of our transport system. This is part of a more comprehensive strategy. Santiago has the second largest metro in Latin America, 150 kilometers, and by 2030, we will have 250 kilometers of metro. This metro system, who has been the effort of many governments over 50 years, is integrated with the electric bus system. So you have one card, you pay both. But this is not alone. We also have the second largest cycle lane system in Latin America. 400 kilometers of cycle lanes that are going to be, by 10 more years, 800 kilometers of bike lanes, which are also integrated to the metro system. Every metro station in Santiago has a bicycle stop parking in the station, so people can use the bike and the metro at the same time. And on top of this, we already have one, and we're going to have three proximity trains to Santiago that will connect the further away areas of the city to the main city. So as you see, it's not only electric buses, it's metro, electric buses, bicycles, and trains. Does this mean that Santiago citizens do not like cars? Not at all. As you can imagine, people like cars. And we have one of the, I would say, largest property rates of car ownership in Latin America. However, due to the increasing quality of our public transport system, and also the increase of congestion in the city, people are switching, not always, not ever, but for certain things in the city, from private ownership to public transport. They still have their car, but they don't use it to do everything all the time in the city. They use it in the weekends, they use it for long terms. So this is, I think, the vision we had is that a modern city is not only where everyone, even the poor, own their car, but where everyone, even the rich, use public transport. That is the vision we have for Santiago. We're still halfway through. We are improving, but many people think still that using their cars is better than using the public transport system, be it metro, train, bicycle, or buses. However, we're getting there. More and more people, for example, only in terms of bicycle riding in Santiago, has increased from less than 1% to 8% of all trips in the city per day. Almost 1 million people use it per day, the bicycle. And that will improve as we improve the infrastructure, and riding a bike is not anymore an adventure in the city, very risky, but it's more a safe thing, as happening in many other cities in the world that are investing in this. So the idea that you can have an integrated, comprehensive, sustainable, and diverse transport system in a big city is not a dream anymore. It can be a reality. If Santiago did it in 10 years, at least the transport piece, but then added up over years, it's possible everywhere. I think Riyadh is also an example of when political will is associated with budget and also public-private partnership, things can happen. Santiago is a success story. We have cleaner air, we have more satisfied users, we have less noise in the streets, and we have less private use of cars and more use of public transport. Some 10 years ago, we thought this could be something impossible in Santiago. 10 years after, it's a reality. So let's keep on dreaming, working, and making things happen in our cities, because that is the role of not only governors, not only public officials, but the whole society. If we are not able to do this in many cities around the world, the quality of life of the majority will continue decreasing instead of improving, as is the mandate we get from our people. That's it. I hope you like the story, which is a real one, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Claudia. I'm very glad that is not, in fact, a fairy tale and is a true story. And yes, I think it is among one of the most admirable statements there is creating cities where the rich, those with choices, choose public transportation and not having it become simply a safety net for the poorest. Well, we will move on to the third leg of the stool here of our afternoon sessions of going around the globe, and we will go to the intersection, once again, of East meets West. This next section hopefully promises to be a bit spicy. This is going to become the question here, as we've seen, obviously, as we saw in yesterday's China panel, led by Bill Russo, one of our panelists today, having, at least for me, surprising fact, this idea that perhaps The reason China has not projected more of its electromobility stack around the world already is that governments elsewhere are not ready to receive it, and its partners aren't ready to receive it, that in fact Chinese mobility could become even more dominant. And what will the West do in response to this? Well, so far, at least in North America, the United States and Canada have erected tariffs, are attempting to put up dikes. For me, coming from Montreal and being an American, the sight of a BYD dealership is still an exotic treat to see these incredible cars here. But can the West respond? And here's where I will quote his other panelist, Chris Thomas of Assembly Ventures, who posted this on LinkedIn. I will quote him verbatim. "Will the West lead or will it fecusly demur? Are we in the West willing to stake it all to achieve ideologic, economic, technological, and philosophic victory?" I do not know if Bill sees the stakes as that high, but Chris certainly does. And here to moderate what will hopefully be an incredibly spicy discussion, if not debate, is Dr. Jinhua Zhao, who is a professor of cities and transportation at MIT and is co-founder of their mobility initiative. Gentlemen, please, cannot wait.
Good afternoon, everyone. I had this distinct honor to have two close friends with very contrasting views, right? That's probably the definition of a good panel, so I'll try to make it, as Greg mentioned, a meaningful debate. Maybe I'll start with proposition. I'm not sure you two agree with me. There is a symmetry of information here in the sense that Chinese understand American industry much better than American understand Chinese industry, specifically the car industry setting there, right? So that's the proposition. I will ask you for your view on this, right? But let me start with some basic data to set the thing. In 2024, China sold 10 million electric vehicles, market share 50%. US sold 1.7 million electric vehicles, market share less than 10%. Infrastructure, China already has 3.6 million charging spots, US about 200K, 17 times difference. Lastly, as of this year, in US, average car, most electric SUV now, $50,000. Average American barely can afford it. In China, it's probably half the price. And also, just give you another data point, Baidu's Apollo Go autonomous vehicle with the full AV stack on top of the car costs about $37,000. So why we have such a divergence here, right? So we'll have these two panelists give us some thought about this, right? So I'd like each of you to give a 30-second highlight of the message of these 35 minutes, 30-second, right? I'll start with Chris.
Sure, 30 seconds. The stakes are high. I think the Chinese, on the backs of amazing economies of scale, low labor cost, historic IP theft, and subsidies across the entire supply chain, have built remarkable products. And those products have to be respected, and we have to understand why they've done this and how they've done this. The West is in a moment akin, I would offer, to the Japanese invasion of the late 70s, 1980s, in which we in the United States and broadly are leading with protectionism, reformatting of C-suites and approaches, quality, and competition. But the difference is going to be that we will not be competing on our same roads, but rather we'll be competing with products and quality globally. We have truly entered the global mobility landscape has entered a binary East and West period.
Great, thank you. Bill.
First of all, American, been in China 21 years, 43 years of industry experience. I'm the chair of the Automotive Committee at the American Chamber of Commerce. My role is as an observer who came to China as head of the Northeast Asia business for one of the big three companies. I've lived in both worlds. I can compare and contrast the two approaches. I am not putting a geopolitical lens on this discussion. I am just observing and sharing with you the differences between the two systems, and they are vast. And that's what we're here to share with you today.
Wonderful. So, Bill, we'll start with you. When we talk about China's success, often cited is the subsidies, IP theft, other things. Are these the full story? What are the common misunderstandings of China's success from your point of view?
Well, number one is the belief that this is all the artifact of somebody standing behind a screen pressing buttons that are unfavorable to the Western auto industry, and therefore the state is making all the decisions. The leading companies in China are not the ones that would have been chosen if that were true by the state. They're generally private-owned companies. The internet economy and its ability to change the commercialization path and the business model, the transformation of the industry business model is something we need to learn how to do in the West, because what it's doing is it's super scaling and changing the way you lower the price point to make mobility accessible to the widest possible swath of population. Part of that is with the cost and scale of the world's biggest car market. It's 1/3 of the cars in the world, 2/3 of the world's electric vehicles, and about 75% of the EV batteries. And when I say those numbers, you might be spooked into thinking that's way too dominant. But it is by design that scale drives cost efficiency. The West gentrifies mobility. China is actually, ironically, democratizing mobility.
Interesting, yeah. Chris, on the US side, right, one view is US OEM are cooked, right? Tell us why that's wrong, and where do people underestimate the real strengths of the US industry here?
You sound like my 10-year-old. He tells me things are cooked all the time, which is interesting. I think that what has the US industry been doing for the last 20 of the last 10 years? They're selling the products that their consumers want. Why have you seen North American OEMs truncate to become mostly truck and SUV companies? Because they're finding where the largest margin is and what is being demanded in those marketplaces. And so I think there's this interesting conversation that happens a lot, especially within the global automotive ecosystem, around why is the United States so backwards? Why are they selling vehicles that are yesterday? These vehicles, I would offer, are very much not yesterday, they're today and they're tomorrow, and they'll be here for decades, if not the next century. Does that mean there doesn't need to be a tremendous amount of innovation? No. There was a recent story where Jim Farley was actually driving in a Chinese vehicle, didn't want to give it back, he said, because it was so remarkable in terms of what he experienced in there. And again, when you think about the technology integration into vehicles that are taking place within the Chinese marketplace, incredibly impressive and should be applauded. But I think again, the U.S. has an opportunity here through a variety of different arrows in their quiver and tools to make sure that they have the chance to compete, sell to what their consumers are asking for, but also do so in a marketplace that is very much binary, and understanding that U.S. vehicles and European vehicles and those of our allies globally are going to be sold in the North American market in terms of full stack vehicles, not talking about component parts, whereas I think there will be this differentiation between China and the U.S.
Right, yeah. Another question, moving on to the clock speed of innovation here, right? In the US or Europe, typically talk about 4 or 5 years. In China, it's kind of half the time on this, right? So I'd like to see both of you, what lead to this kind of divergence for innovation capability and pace? And then if you push this logic into the future, what will happen in, say, 5, 10 years' time on both sides of the industry there?
All right. One of the features that makes the market different, and it happened during the time I was there. We all came to China because it was growing and it was a big market and we could all profit from a big growth market, which the auto industry in the 20th century had not been. And most of the flat market globally was being eaten up by the East Asian competitors, the Japanese and the Koreans, that came to the world and brought affordability, right? The reason why U.S. car makers went to the pickup trucks and MPVs and SUVs is because they couldn't make the same margin. And of course, as Chris said, Americans love the big stuff. But that big stuff isn't necessarily what the rest of the world needed. And the Japanese and the Koreans had a more efficient system. China came along later. In the span of the 21 years I've been there, it's gone 10x in size from what it was at the beginning to what it is now. And something happened along the way. The smartphone came in 2007. And app-based mobility presented itself to a market of people where the vast minority of people can own a car. There's 1.4 billion people. There's 350 million cars. There's about
150 to 200 million of those that are in fleets, which means there's only about 150 million people, about 1/10 of the population can actually own and operate their own vehicle. So when apps came along by companies like Alibaba and Tencent, that brought the internet companies into the problem solving for mobility. They saw the transactional business of putting people on wheels as part of their addressable market. And that internet speed, the clock speed that you're referring to, is the internet clock speed. It's not how quickly can I iterate a product design to get a new product into a factory, which takes 5 to 7 years in the United States. It's internet speed, and that operates in months, not years.
Right. And I totally agree with Bill on this. I think that the Chinese ecosystem is moving much faster. It's why they've been able to make up so much ground. I think if you look at in 2021 through the WTO, there was a focus on automotive for the Chinese state at that time. In 2015, there was kind of the Automotive 2025 plan. There's been tremendous innovation as coming out of the smartphone, but just making this software-defined vehicle in an actual way, which has allowed them to go much faster. And so I think clock speed, when it comes to what are we in the West going to do, we must be honest and we must be candor-rich around the fact that our competitor is running faster. We must be honest about the fact when we look at the quality of those vehicles and the technology integration of those vehicles, it is better than what is currently being offered. And we can talk about the benefits that they have from an economies of scale perspective and a supply chain subsidy perspective, but that doesn't mean that we don't compete. And one other thing that Bill said that's really important, I would offer that the Chinese automotive marketplace, just talking about automotive, is the most competitive in the world. They are tooth and nail going after each other. We in the West must be hungry to have the highest quality of vehicle and exceed those standards by studying them and understanding them.
On that, I just want to understand a bit more. I mean, US invented iPhone. I mean, it's the idea of IT. We have whole Silicon Valley. Why the US industry didn't see this thing and let the China be the first one that integrated the digital and the physical so well?
Yeah, I would just first, yes, Internet of Mobility brings about a new product architecture. The idea that, again, you're addressing a market for far more riders than drivers. I have to continue to emphasize that point. The automotive industry in the mature markets is targeted at the driver, not the rider. Making mobility accessible was the target, and the internet companies that came in saw the car as a platform to host mobility experiences for people who are not necessarily driving the car. So when you get in a car made by a Chinese company, it's much more user-centric. It's much more designed for the passenger than a typical Western design. So I think that's one of the things that makes it very different in terms of product configuration. And the other thing, the internet economy makes a business out of monetizing the data from the everyday use of the mobility platform, which means the life of the car begins at the factory. The monetization life really begins at the factory, doesn't end at the factory, which is the way the Western automotive industry thinks about the car.
I mean, I think innovation cycles in the West are very bumpy. You see feast or famine if you look over the last 100 years in a variety of reasons, a variety of fashions. We did invent the iPhone. You look at what Waymo has now done just within our own marketplace. But our system is messier, and our system is not linear. And so I think that Stoicism teaches us, or at least it teaches me, that all we can control is how we respond. And we, in many cases, choose to lead, in the case of Jobs and what he did. But we also need to be able to step back and say, where are we not leading? And then how do we respond to this in principled fashion so as to develop the technology and that represents our underlying values and philosophies, and then scale that within our ecosystem?
Very much appreciate that last point there, yeah. So another thing, it's all in China, it's not everything is just rosy. There's a lot of huge challenges in China on this, right? I mentioned a few of them. One is there will be a bloodbath among the existing EV companies in there, right? The second one, also, Bill, you mentioned the point that it's a prosperity without profit, right? For many companies, they capture the market share, but had big prices paying there, right? So where do you see this trend going?
Yeah, first of all, the principle here is scale first, because if you don't scale first, you're going to be out. Scale first, and don't worry about profits. Profits come later. Right. Scale first to the Internet of Mobility way of thinking about the car. Build more ways to profit than just selling the hardware. Aggregate the data, analyze it, monetize it through the Internet of Mobility ecosystem. Right. You can monetize data. You can monetize. We heard examples of it through the logistics economy, through the gathering of information about the movements that are happening, which gives you ability to do location-based advertising, location-based services, monetization through the digital streaming of a more UI, UX-rich device. Think about how a smart device company makes its money. The difference between China and the rest of the world is the internet is in the value chain of building the mobility device itself. It's building a smartphone on wheels, an intelligent connected vehicle, a very different product architecture than the legacy automotive industry has built so far.
That's exactly right. And I think that product architecture is one in which, again, you need to look at what we're doing today and is it the right thing to do? And what is it, what you see what Musk did with Tesla and how you've now seen the change in architecture across the board when it comes to US EVs, and I'd offer global EVs. But what Stellantis has done with differentiated types of top of wallet payments and offering those into those vehicles, what Ford has done with Ford Pro, which is incredibly important with regard to large fleets and different ways to monetize how those are being used by SMBs, small and medium-sized business in North America. We're, to Bill's point, you have two large communities, entities, ecosystems that want the same thing coming at it from different perspectives, legacy and new build.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and the Xiaomi or Huawei, they make phones. I mean, now they are doing this, right? So I'll talk a little bit about the autonomous vehicle side, right? Waymo just this week announced that they are carrying 450,000 trips per week. Really a major milestone now, right? Apollo Go in China, I think is around 250K. That's in October. I don't have the latest number, but so it's a little bit margin there. So Waymo seems to be leading this, right? For that, that's where I think the U.S. do have an edge in this area, right? So on the autonomous vehicle development, give us the sense of the difference between the two countries.
I'd say the biggest observable difference, and one that I think, again, if you suck all the air out of the room, there's nothing left for anyone else to breathe in. Yeah. And the Western paradigm, again, I'm just observing the difference in what I see in China, what I see in the Western world, is we're only talking about people movement. There's a vast internet of mobility problem solving for goods delivery, package delivery. Those internet companies that I talked about that saw people putting people on wheels also deliver packages. Alibaba is the largest e-commerce platform on the planet. They're investing in the platform of the car. Tencent, the big internet giants, the internet and communication technology companies in China are in the vehicle, but they're also in food delivery. They're also in package delivery, and they see robo-delivery as an integral part of the autonomous vehicle problem solving. And it's a much bigger addressable market than people movement. And the hill to climb is less steep because you don't have the same risk. You can more geofence those types of movements. You don't have the occupant safety challenge as steep a hill as it is on the passenger vehicle side. But you don't get the same sexy response from the investment community. So the Western world wants to raise capital first so that they can fund the innovation, so that they can invest in very expensive technologies to commercialize. China will take instead of shoot for the moon, go for low Earth orbit first. It's not as sexy, but you're going to get more data and you're going to be able to aggregate it. You're going to train the AI algorithms quicker if you attack the goods movement economy.
Right. Chris, you're from the investment community,
yeah.
right?
I mean, I would have to disagree. Only because there's nothing more sexy than revenue and EBITDA and net profit. And I think when it comes to your point around delivery, whether it be differentiated goods or actually delivery on a fast casual consumer perspective, we are seeing huge revenues being driven by North American and Western TNCs, Uber chief among them with Uber Eats, and new partnerships that we're seeing with companies like DoorDash and Waymo. That's already happening in a big way. And going back, dating myself a little bit here, I had the pleasure of leading and sitting on the board of the second largest cash asset in full stack autonomy for individuals, and also investing in what is now the leading middle mile delivery for goods, trucking business, all autonomous in the North American market. And these are things that we've been investing in and deploying for more than a decade. The big difference to your core question, I think, is regulatory. There's a huge difference between a county, state, regional, national kind of framework of how do we deploy across differentiated roads with differentiated jurisdictions, and the ability to dictate by fiat, and geofences established by fiat, the ability to actually kind of deploy these in a big way. So it's messier, but I do think that the revenue opportunities exist in both of these markets in incredible ways, and that's why you're seeing those types of investments that are going into there. With regard to autonomy, though, one last point. I've had a couple people in this meeting and in this conference and other conferences my colleague and I have attended around the world, talked about, well, is autonomy cooked? In that, is it done? It's not. We are just at the beginning of differentiated autonomous opportunities. Waymo is incredibly impressive, but you saw GM has now kind of just hired Sterling Anderson, leading all of their kind of forward-going product. He's brought back in the focus on full autonomy on personally sold vehicles, as well as differentiated kind of software-defined that are GM-centric. We'll see how that goes, but by no means is that battlefield been retreated from. They're right in the thick of it.
Right. On autonomy, actually, I just visited Waymo's Phoenix depot. Look at that, right? That really gave me a lot of learning there. Before that, I understand the technology on the vehicle is ready. It's ready to go. But the scaling up, talk about the garage, the charging, the maintenance, the cleaning is messy, right? But look at the garage, within the garage operation. They actually streamlined that part, right? That really gave me the sense that it was scalable rather quickly in that.
One other thing that I'll say that's it's a unique new realization. With Waymo deploying and providing tremendous service to these large urban cores or suburban cores, there's an opportunity, frankly, for the private sector to provide public transit at much lower cost than what agencies can do today. And I've been engaging with public agencies around the world over the course of the last 2 years. There's a visceral response to that statement because they're like, wait a minute, our budgets are sacrosanct. We have to support this, TRB line. We have to support this bus line. Well, do we? What's the best use of capital for the public purse to actually provide transportation to our people? I'm going to offer it's going to be PPPs, and the way we've done it previously should not be funded going forward. And that's going to be a really interesting discussion around how do we optimize the public and the private, focused on the citizen, I think, over the next couple of years.
Right. We have a couple of mayors talk about the emphasis on public transit, how autonomous vehicle can be integrated with the urban mobility system.
Absolutely.
That's a major question forward. We have only a few more minutes left. I do want to cover the government role and policy role on this, particularly in terms of the industry policy. For industry policy, China has been practicing this for a decade. Every 5 years, they have a 5-year plan, have a very systematic approach to that. US somehow wake up saying, oh, we also need to do industrial policy. For a long time, it's a taboo. They don't even talk about this, right? So in this case, if there's something the two countries can learn from each other, even though they're competing on this, right? Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, my, again, observations. It's not China does it right, the US has got it wrong. It's China does certain things really well. And one of the things it does really well is it sets a goal.
Right.
And it stays consistent from I've been there during the Hu Jintao era. I've been there during the Xi Jinping era. And if you're there for a length of time, you realize that as regimes change, the policies stay consistent. They do get modified, but they generally move in a consistent direction. There isn't a zigzagging or a reversal even of policy. And that helps. It helps a lot because it guides investment, it guides consensus, even if there are, by the way, it is not the central government decides and everybody follows. It's the central government sets a goal and 31 provinces fight for who gets to demonstrate that they've got the best solution. So it's very, very competitive. But there is that guidance, and there's an ability to fund at the local level coming from an ecosystem-based approach, which is not the government puts all the money in. It's private industry. We talked about the internet mobility. One thing the government did not create in China was the internet economy. In fact, they even, sent Jack Ma for a re-education when he became a bit too big. So understand that it is a system where there is some policy guidance. The state does set a direction. That direction has been very consistent over the 21 years I've been there, to invest in alternative propulsion technologies, to put solutions into the infrastructure for charging, as you pointed out earlier, for making it more convenient for these alternatives, and for making some subsidies available for the startup companies and for the legacy companies to come in. One of the biggest beneficiaries of the government policy was Tesla. Bringing Tesla in 2020 is what really sparked the whole consumer interest in the electric vehicle in China.
Right. I would just say I think Jack Ma has a lot to teach the Chinese state, personally. But I would offer, when we think about, what does the U.S. and what does the West need to do better? We need to prioritize, and we need to keep those priorities. There are certain things that should be politicized. There are certain things that need not be, and that we in the West do a really good job of stepping in it all the time. Making sure that we are looking at industrial policy with benefits, our independence, and there's something we put forward at Assembly. It's a new white paper, which you can find on our website, but we talk about independence. We all want independence, we all want to maximize sovereignty, but we are all independents in different ways, in different forms. We must choose, as individuals, as companies, as nations, how independent do we want to be and how much independence do we want to allow? And I think when we look at Europe in a variety of ways, when we look at the US in a variety of ways, there needs to be self-sufficiency, and there needs to be an understanding that those entities that we are going to be independents of on a forward-going basis, if we choose to be, we can't just walk into it sleepwalking, but if we choose to be, that they are individuals who we trust and have a long forward-going opportunity to work alongside. That's something that I think that we need to do a lot better. We're starting to do it. We need to do a lot better.
Right. Given the time, I will combine the last two questions, right? If you look at the Venn diagram, right, what's the common ground there, right? What are the synergy between the two sides? And also, if you look at the path forward, let's say, particularly from US point of view, should we lay out the red carpet, invite CATL, invite BYD, let's have a joint venture, impose some policy constraint, just like China did in the 80s and 90s, invited Volkswagen into China, yes. Or, no, we should build the wall, really isolate, or having this more national security, more dominant narrative in this. So combined with the last question is your advice to the CEOs in the US and your advice to CEOs in China. China's difficulty now is when they go out, often seen being a bit aggressive, right? How do you help the Chinese CEOs to say, can you get into the global market with respect, we understand the local? And for the US CEOs, Chris, you already mentioned that the leadership actually already recognizes the challenge. What can they do even more to really absorb the global knowledge and improve the industry there? Yeah, either of you want to start? Yeah, Chris.
I think when it comes to advice for the CEOs, I mean, to your point, I think there's a tremendous amount that's already happening. I would tell US CEOs to immerse yourself within Chinese tech, to understand it, to respect it for what it is in terms of the quality of what they've produced, and then to produce better, to win in the field when it comes to all aspects of how we're going to develop and what we're going to do. I think when it comes to whether we should be rolling out a red carpet or putting up walls, I would offer we need to do both. We need to find ways to work together. Bill is my friend. We disagree on lots, but Bill's my friend. I have many friends from around the world. I have many friends, that are Chinese nationals. We need, as individuals, as citizens, and as countries, to make sure that we are building companies and regimes that allow our people to prosper. China is a geopolitical force. The United States is a geopolitical force. Neither of us is going anywhere. We need to find ways in which we can communicate and build. The worst thing that could happen is we would just shut off communication between the two of us, which will breed all kinds of things we don't want. So how do we do that? I think we do that by looking at componentry and differentiated kind of, for lack of a better word, dumb products that we can produce in each other's shores and have different supply chains that support that. But we also have to be very honest about what is the software-defined vehicle. It is an unbelievable information collection device. It's one that we have to be very sincere in our hearts about what are we choosing to be and do. And so I believe strongly that while there needs to be ways that we can work together, we need to be resolute in ensuring that, at least in the United States, and speaking on behalf of my country, in a civilian capacity, that I don't see that we will have Chinese vehicles, in the lower 48 or in the United States anytime soon. Part of that is protectionism, which is fair, just to be very honest about it in terms of our domestic industry. Part of it is national security. And we may not talk about it always on stage, but we can't hide from it. We need to be honest and full-throated about it with our Chinese, friends and foes, and them with us, if we're ever going to establish a world where we're talking honestly with each other.
Thank you, Chris. Bill.
I'd like to think there's a bit more opportunity for collaboration, because saying that you forever are going to be on that side of the line and I'm forever going to be on this side of the line, that's going to create an isolationist, and frankly, I think it's going to weaken the Western world if it doesn't learn. I've spent 21 years in China, and only in the last 3 or 4 years has the Western, many of whom are my clients, by the way. I've met Jim Farley. He does admire Xiaomi. He's doing exactly the right thing by telling his people, I don't want to give this back and making a better product than we are making. If you don't wake up to that reality, you are forever going to be playing a game of catch-up, because their product cycles are faster, their cost structures are super scaled, they're going to be able to, yes, ironically, democratize that which we once dominated. I am from the United States. I want the US to be in this game, and they're not going to win if they isolate themselves. There has to be a Venn diagram where there's convergence in some form. Supply chains, yes, you need to regionalize them and protect and make sure you have IP access. Supply chains can be shared and scaled in areas that are not in the national security zone of interest. Data security, even tech stacks can be shared. There are certain components that can be shared. Trump today just allowed the H200 chip to be sold to China, provided they provided some additional levy on the usage of the technology. So yes, there's more that can be done, and the economic interdependency of the West and the East is what keeps the peace. We need to depoliticize, not ratchet up the geopolitical rhetoric as it relates to the East and the West.
One last comment, I think that's important. This idea that the West is not awake is incorrect. I can tell you, the CEO Ford of GM, of Stellantis, these men and women see everything you just described and then some, and they are developing toward a world that is real, that is happening in front of us right now. It's just a question of how much we can collaborate to maximize our independence and sovereignty while putting dependencies on partners that we truly can trust. And that's what will guide this, I think.
Right. I started the panel with the question of asymmetry of understanding. I really thank Bill and Chris actually help improve the collective understanding of both sides. Everybody please join me, thank the panel for the presentation today. Thank you so much.
That was excellent. All right, so at the risk of causing geopolitical unrest, we're going to have a show of hands here. How many think the West is cooked and China will ultimately be ascendant? Can I get a show of hands? Oh, no one wants to play on this. All right, fine. I will just say 2 quick points on the end of that. I think it was a very interesting point, the debate between sort of like the super apps and delivery mobility and capturing information out that stream versus regulatory. I am curious about whether the regulatory is the real bottleneck there versus sort of different paradigms in that. But the real point I actually want to bring up with Chris, and maybe we'll debate this backstage, is it would be ironic if the Western chains will lose out because Americans and those in the global north will refuse to accept the Faustian bargain they'd made with their Silicon Valley tools, where if the service is free, the product is you. When BMW wanted to do subscriptions for heated seats, they faced an uprising. And when Farley's predecessor, Jim Hackett, suggested that, hey, we have way more data on you. We know your spouse. We know your house. We get all of that off your financing applications. There was pitchforks and torches. And that doesn't seem to happen as much in the Chinese ecosystem. So it'll be very interesting to see if the norms and beliefs and philosophy around mobility versus your phone and computing will be different. It may end up holding back the West. And as to your point, Chris, that perhaps the future of transit is PPP autonomous partnerships. Well, I will leave that to our last and final session, perhaps, to take you up on that or not. Syed Hamdan, who is the head of consulting for KW Prime, please come up and lead our final session of CoMotion Global 2025.
You can sit. Your Excellencies, delegates from across the world, and all those contributing to the mobility ecosystems worldwide in different challenging circumstances, I welcome you all to this session. Good afternoon, everyone. Our session is about building resilient transit systems for a changing world. Now, we're in Riyadh at a really pivotal and relevant moment. Saudi Arabia is rolling one of the world's largest, significant, and most integrated public transport programs. New city bus systems across the kingdom, all aimed at carrying millions of passengers a day, cutting down car dependence, and building climate-ready, or let's say climate-responsive cities, which are, let's say, people-centered. But more infrastructure, as we all know, alone doesn't guarantee resilience, especially in a world of climate shocks, peak hour crowding, digital disruption, and fast-moving urban growth. Today, we're joined by leaders who are actually running and building these systems. From metro and BRT operations in Malaysia, to very light rail innovation in the UK, to ropeways and intercity buses, by the way, in really challenging circumstances, to city leadership and global municipal networks. I'll invite very swiftly each one of you to introduce yourselves. Let's begin with the Mayor, Barry Werbinowicz. I got the pronunciation right, finally. All right.
Well, thank you very much. So I'm Barry Verbanovich, Mayor of the City of Kitchener in Canada on the western end of the Toronto-Waterloo Region Innovation Corridor, and also one of the co-presidents of United Cities and Local Governments, the global voice of cities and regions in international forums.
All right. Mr. Jordi. Yeah.
Hello, this is Jordi. I think it's...
Hello, now. This is Jordi. I am the CEO of Moventis. Moventis, we are a public transport operator around the world. We are all around Europe operating public transportation systems by bus, tramway, city bus, intercity bus, tramway, public bike systems. Also, we are doing technology projects like integrating fare collection in the area of Barcelona with 1 billion passengers per year, which is it's an amazing AFC system. Also, we are doing all other type of technologies like shuttle, which is transportation on demand, demand-responsive transit transportation. And we are doing this, as I said, worldwide, mainly in Europe, but also we are strong now in Saudi Arabia. In Saudi Arabia, now we have 3 operations, and later I will speak a little bit about that.
For sure. Thank you so much. Dr. Pradyut.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I can see that all of you all are very resilient. In the last session, and y'all are still around. So anyway, I'm Pradyut Dutt. I'm the Group COO of Prasarana Malaysia Berhad. We are a federal government-owned company, 100% federal government-owned, and we run the urban rail and urban bus services in Kuala Lumpur. We carry 1 million trips on the rail and about 280,000 trips on the bus every day. Thank you.
Benedict.
Good afternoon, I'm Benedict. I'm a mobility expert at Doppelmayr. Doppelmayr is the world market leader in the ropeway business. And in the recent years, we've seen a growing number of cities that are planning or even building ropeways as fully integrated part of their public transport network. And there's one special project to my heart, which is the project in Paris that is set to open this Saturday, and I hope to elaborate on that in the following now.
Ms. Nicola.
Hello, I'm Nicola Small from Coventry City Council, which is a public sector organisation in the West Midlands in the UK. I have the great privilege of leading the Very Light programme, the Very Light Rail programme, which is a major innovation project in the light rail industry in the UK.
All right, so I think we'll begin with you, Jordi. You operate in some of the most demanding contexts in the world. Mecca during pilgrimage seasons as one of a kind, as a challenge, and now intercity networks across Saudi Arabia. How do you design or conceptualize routes, fleets, and operations to stay resilient? And when demand is highly seasonal, it depends upon the seasons, essentially, and highly peaked, and of course, I would like to mention mission critical.
Good, thank you. I want to explain here about 2 examples that you cannot be prepared for everything. This is my first message. I mean, we have to build resilient systems, but you cannot be prepared for everything. For example, we have all the standard procedures, we have all the several ISO certificates, and we have defined all our procedures. But then you have challenging situations where more or less you can be prepared, and then you have totally unexpected situations, which I will also give an example. So starting by the challenging situations. We are public transport operator of the city of Makkah. So the Makkah Hafilat, the city bus in Makkah, we are operating it together with local partners from Saudi Arabia. And in that city, we discovered that we could do exactly the same that we were doing in Spain, in Barcelona. We also are running the buses in Barcelona city. We did the same buses, the same manufacturer, we did the same standards, same procedures, same trainings, but then you realize that in Makkah you have something different, which is not anywhere in the world, which is the Hajj. In that one, we had to, to listen a lot to the local partners because they have the experience here. We don't have it in Europe. They have experience here, and listening them and overall training the team, then we could, be prepared for this Hajj. Because when these extremely difficult situations arise, you need to have the empowerment of the middleman in the company. You have to empower them to take decisions because you need to be agile, you need to be fast. They have to take decisions. And also you need to train them to be prepared for these situations.
Of course.
So then I want to speak about another example, which this one is crazy. Most of you may know it. In April, we had a blackout in Spain. So all Spain, we lost. I am from Spain, I am from Barcelona, and that's why my accent is not very good. In Spain, we don't speak English very good. So we had this blackout. We lost all the electricity, so nothing was working with electricity. We lost also the communications by phone and by internet. So it was an absolute blackout in the full country. We never had that before, and I hope you will not have it here in Saudi Arabia never. We couldn't be prepared for that. We had these systems for energy and interrupt power supply, but some of them didn't work because they are there, but when you need them, they don't work. So how did we solve that situation? The only way to solve it was to have a really prepared team so that they can manage somehow that situation, because you cannot build a procedure for that one.
Thank you. I think, and your accent is spot on, by the way. So I think talking of these critical situations, Mayor Verbanovich, when we talk about resilient transit, we usually talk about technology and assets. That's the critical point of the conversation. But from your lens, from a vantage point in Kitchener and UCLG, how do governance, funding models, and these public trust either make or break, the resiliency component?
Sure. Well, thank you very much for the question. And, I'll start at a global perspective, certainly from UCLG, and resilience is a key part of city building anywhere, and really looking at this, not just from the perspective of mobility, but also how it connects with a number of other areas that we're focused on, including SDG advancement, empowerment of people, the rethinking of development paradigms, anything that ultimately builds on the principles of care, solidarity, and sustainability in our communities. We really see transit systems not just about moving people from one place to the other, but really building on the principles of equity, inclusion, and sustainability in our communities. And so whether it's working at the UN on the SDGs, whether it's partnering with folks like UITP and others, UCLG really looks at it from a policy perspective at a global level with all of our counterparts. Bringing it to very much a local level, Kitchener is an urban center of 300,000 in a region of 700,000. We're Canada's tech and innovation hub. in terms of, Kitchener's the home to Google's engineering headquarters. In our region, we have the University of Waterloo, which many of you may be familiar with in terms of its engineering and other programs. And so from an economic development and people moving perspective, we embarked on the construction of an LRT with phase 1 going from South Central Kitchener to North Waterloo. And that 19-kilometer system opened for the first time in 2019. It was built as a P partnership at a cost of $818 million, which included design, construction, and 20 years of operation. And the funding for that was split between the federal government, the provincial or subnational government, and our local government. Today, the system sees, the overall transit system sees about 26 million riders a year. And most importantly, from an economic resilience point of view, it's really spurred over $5 billion in development. Wow. It's been a real catalyst for urban growth, new housing, job creation, attracting new technology businesses into our community, and also supporting existing ones that have been there for a long time, like BlackBerry, like MyoVision, which is a company that's actually doing traffic management software and hardware in over 60 countries around the world, and including some work here in Saudi Arabia, as well as in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and others in the Middle East region.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much. Nicola, when we talk about the Coventry Very Light Rail program, it's often discussed as a cost story from a resilience standpoint. But how does being cheaper and quicker to install actually change what a city can do when responding to shocks like rapid urbanization, growth, economic downturns, or climate events?
Yes, thank you for the question. I mean, it's a really important question because most people ask me, why not an electric bus? Yeah. And I get frustrated with that question because it's not a question of buses or light rail. Right. You need both. They complement each other. Absolutely. Buses are an integral part of an integrated transport network. They can serve suburbia. They can connect people to high-quality public transport corridors. But having permanent infrastructure is essential to drive modal shift, to give people confidence that there's long-term public transport that can enable them to connect to jobs, education, healthcare. You know, knowing that infrastructure is there to stay enables people to have confidence in the system. But more importantly, for these fast-growing cities, how do you cope with the demand for increased housing, for example? Buses alone will not achieve that. You need the permanent infrastructure so that you can densify your housing capacity. You can build more apartments. In the case of Coventry, we have one of the biggest population growth in the student sector. We're a young city. Many people in the UK now don't want to own and drive a car. It's simply too expensive. So how do you cater for that growing population, the younger generation, and give them transport that they can rely on? And we can do that if we have an affordable light rail system, like Very Light Rail, that's quick to install. We've just delivered a trial in the city centre. We managed to construct 200 metres within 8 weeks. Because of the shallow track form, we can build on top of utilities. And we've designed the system to be climate resilient because we know that we're a changing world in the UK. Believe it or not, we had a summer of 30 degrees for about 4 months, which is unheard of. And we were trialing this technology in that heat. People did appreciate the onboard aircon, but what we've done, we've developed a new drainage system so we can cope with heavy rainfalls. We don't have overhead line equipment, so there's no risk of overhead lines sagging in extreme heat. It is a very light vehicle, so it's fully battery operated. It can do 50 kilometers on a single charge. And concrete that we're using for the track form, it's called ultra high performance concrete.
Right.
It wasn't widely used in the UK. We discovered it's used in America quite widely for cladding, but it's super strong, it performs like steel, and actually it improves the performance of the road, and it adds additional protection to assets that are underneath the road. So what we've created is really something special, and it's great to be here on a global platform being able to talk about it now, because it really started off as a local project and it's gaining, you know, regional and national significance, but it's really great to be able to talk about it here in Riyadh too.
That's really insightful, and that makes me a bit more curious, so I'll follow up with the question. Is it causing some of that invention, and now that it's taken a particular pace over there, is it having some sort of impact on the local real estate assets within the Coventry Council, or?
Yeah, we're still in the research and development phase. So the way that money comes forward, it is a public funded project.
Right.
So it's not been easy, and I do have to work very closely with government to unlock the funding. So we've had 40 million. It's not usual. There are no other councils that do research and development of this type. Why are we doing it? Because we have a director that was visionary and didn't want our city to just rely on a public bus service. We wanted more than that, and we believe that you shouldn't have to live in a big city like London or Birmingham or Manchester to have access to high quality transport. So we had that visionary leadership, and then really importantly, political support.
Right.
So a local political champion. And we're lucky that the visionary leader is also a civil engineer by
Right.
background. So it's been great to work alongside him. You know, I'm not actually an engineer, but I am fascinated with innovation, and I really wanted to work on something transformational. But now that others can see the benefit of what we're doing and recognise for real estate what this means, we have got lots of developers keen to work with us to develop land outside of the city,
Right.
and create mass transit corridors where we can put VLR, very light rail, in the future.
Amazing. Now, Benedict, when I think of ropeways, I mean, it's often seen as spectacular, but again, let's accept it's niche. So from the projects you've worked on, how do you think these cable cars actually strengthen network resilience? I remember backstage, you were talking about a project based in Paris. Can you elaborate on that?
Right. So first of all, I think I agree with Nicolas that the key, the backbone of our strength networks is a multimodal transport network. So where all modes work together, where each mode
Absolutely.
serves its purpose, where it fits best, but all integrated, all easy to use. And that's what we see in Paris. Yeah, there are the suburbs in the south. They had quite a challenge. They were cut off from the rest of the city with a big railway yard. There the TGV high-speed railway line is running through. They had public transport, but the buses, they were quite unreliable. They had to do a big detour. They were stuck in congestion, and it was just not comfortable, not reliable for the people. So the region decided to go on this journey. They investigated the mobility, what's really needed, what are the pain points, and what the people need and want to improve their life there. And then they defined the requirements for that. They also compared different systems. So they checked what is, if we do it with a bus, what if we do it with an LRT, and what if we do it with a cable car. And ultimately they decided to build a cable car, and Doppelmayr was proud to construct it over the last 2 years. And this cable car is directly next to the metro station, so we have a seamless, a short transfer from the metro, and then it expands the metro into the suburbs, so it bridges over this railway yard. So we don't need to build a bridge.
Right.
The cable car itself is a bridge. Then it goes into the suburbs, so we also have improved connectivity within those suburbs, within each other. And we make the journey for the commuters, for the students, for everyone who's living there towards the metro and the center where the jobs, where the schools are. We make them more reliable, and ultimately we make it shorter. So we have a lot of use cases in just this one project. It's bridging over an obstacle, and this doesn't need to be a natural obstacle. In this case, it's a man-made obstacle, but we're bridging over this obstacle. We're connecting different points with each other. We're expanding the metro line. We are relieving pressure from the existing road system by putting the people to another system on a next level of the mobility.
Right.
And it's set to open this Saturday, so if you don't believe me now, you're all invited to Paris and ride it and hear from the people there how it's working and how it improves their daily journeys.
I'd love to. I mean, thank you so much for that. And talking of these multimodal systems, Dr. Dutt Prasarana operates complex multimodal systems in Kuala Lumpur and other cities. Now, when you think about resilience, especially from such an overarching lens, how do you really conceptualize your network and operating plans when there's a disruption or technical disruption or some kind of a system that can basically absorb these shocks? So how do you go about it?
Okay, the first thing is that we have to be clear what we mean by resilience. Resilience is overcoming disruptions. So we have to go back one step further, and we have to actually minimize disruptions or eliminate disruptions. That's the first step towards resilience. Now, the globally accepted measure of resilience for urban rail systems is actually mean kilometers between failures. When we started on this journey to improve our operational reliability, in 2023, our MKBF, mean kilometers between failures, was 160,000. That means each time we travel 160,000 on any one of the 5 lines combined, there would be a failure which lasts 5 minutes or more. So we had to take certain measures. I'll come to those measures shortly. In 2024, we improved from 160,000 to 330,000, more than double. And in 2025, it hasn't ended yet, the year hasn't ended yet, but as of now, we are at 550,000 kilometers before a failure of 5 minutes or more. So how did we go about doing that? The first thing is actually to take a step back. Now, most of our systems are GOA 4, Grade of Automation 4, which means they are driverless. But what we did was that we put a transit officer back on the train. Why? Because there are certain things on rolling stock failures that the person can do the reset inside the train itself. Whereas if you were to, if you do not have it on a driverless system, you don't need it on a GOA 4, then what would happen is that it has got to be, the control room has got to identify what's going to happen, and then either it has to reset from the control room or he has got to send a transit officer out to the train and then do it. So it'll definitely be more than 5 minutes. So that's the first thing. The other advantage of having a person on board is that he can actually sense whether the train should be pulled out of service or not. Do you have irregular braking? Do you find that the aircon or the ventilation system is leaking or something? Those kind of things is actually very easy to do if you have a man on board. So that's what we did. That's the first thing we did. The second thing we did is that don't trust the OEM manual 100%. So what we did was that, okay, OEM manual may say, you only check this part after 50,000 kilometers. We check it after 20,000. Basically, the fancy term for it is condition-based maintenance. But you have got to do it. You have got to do it, and by doing all this, you can actually reduce it. Now, these are the 2 most important steps. The other things, of course, is that you must ensure that your spare parts, you have your spare parts stored. These are all very, very, how should I put it, mundane, basic things, but you have got to put that in place. And so what we do is that we have a long-term relationship. We have started on long-term relationships with the OEMs, where the guaranteed delivery of the spare parts and the quality of the spare parts is guaranteed. So we signed a contract with the signaling provider for the next 10 years. So those are the kind of measures. Now, our target, the target that the minister has given us, is to increase it actually to 1 million kilometers before failure. So to go to that, we actually have got to rely on technology. Essentially, how do you combine? We have all the data. The data is there. Our PM data, our preventive maintenance data, our corrective maintenance data, our OEM data, our records, all are there. But how do you structure those things? How do you put in the algorithm so that you can actually do predictive maintenance? How do you have the data lake? Those are the kind of things that we are doing now. Currently, Prasarana, we are doing now so that we can fully move to predictive maintenance. So those are the things that you have to do. A lot of grungy work. You have to spend some money on it, but the results, believe me, are worth it because the complaints of the passengers go down and the passengers find it's a much more reliable service.
And these are very important operational choices as well, I think,
Yes.
when we talk about them.
Exactly.
So my next question with that is directed at you, Jordi. Now, from your own systems, whether we talk about Kuala Lumpur or Mecca, Coventry, or Kitchener, which digital capabilities have genuinely improved resilience? I mean, when it comes to the case of Mecca, which is a highly demanding ecosystem, and it's not just convenience apps, but what kind of digital tools do you think have
Okay, thank you for the question. I will continue with what my colleague said about the multimodality. I mean, for me, the best way to design a system, resilient system, is making it multimodal and well coordinated between all the stakeholders, not only the operators, but also the government entities and other stakeholders. Yeah. So you need the best operators in each mode of transport, and this in Saudi Arabia, I can say that yes, you are doing that. You are doing tenders for several projects. All the projects now, the good thing in Saudi Arabia is that all the projects now are greenfield projects, so everything is built from the scratch, so you can design it the best way, and this is in a good path, perfect. But then you need a technology all across the systems so that you can control all the operations and also inform the passengers, because if you don't inform the passengers, then it's not a resilient system. It's a multimodal, but it's different elements working.
To engage the community.
Yep. So then you need to create this mobility as a service technology or other type of technologies, but to make it easy for the passengers to enter the different types of transportation. And on top of that, for us, it's very critical all around the world, but also here in Saudi Arabia, that everything is growing so fast. You need this coordination between the government entities, so that there are different ministries, there are different sections, and all of them need to be coordinated to make this resilient transportation. And we, the operators, we will do our best, we will bring our knowledge, but we need to be in good hands here, and I hope, inshallah, with all the governments here, they will make this successful.
Definitely. Mayor, my next question is to you. I mean, I was curious about the fact that now, as you know, Saudi cities are trying to move really quickly. It's big capex, new operators, new regulations in a decade rather than several. So what lessons, I would ask, from a mid-sized North American city and the UCLG network are most relevant for Saudi Arabia at this critical time when a lot of the urban transformation is happening, that you think would be relevant in, let's say, 10 to 15 years of time, where these things will heavily impact the real estate ecosystem, or let's say the urban development ecosystem as a whole in Saudi?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And, I think I would begin by saying it's really important to be bold and ambitious in terms of your goals for the system. And clearly, in Riyadh, they have done that. They've recognized the importance of a public transit system towards not just the goal of moving people, but the importance of city building and urban design and how all of these things are connected. It's recognizing that, building these systems really encourages development and intensification and integrates the public transit as part of the culture of the community. I think the lessons learned from phase one, and we just recently approved phase two business case, subject to funding from our federal and provincial government partners in Kitchener and throughout Waterloo region. The lessons learned have been probably twofold. Number one, particularly if you're going through areas where there is existing development, the importance of communication and impacts of construction on residents, on businesses, and so on, need to be very transparent and upfront. And you can never have too much communications in order to address that along the way. But number two, speak to the successes that either you've had through previous phases or other communities have had in order to build the justification for it. Because really what you're building, and my colleague from Coventry spoke to this, is a multimodal system that's all about city building and recognizing that rail plays a particular role in terms of encouraging development and a certain kind of progress that you won't get, for example, from buses alone.
Absolutely, I think we agree to that 100%. Benedict, when you add a new mode like that of a cable car into a legacy network, which is far more diverse and wider, where do projects typically, do you think, face challenges or fail sometimes, whether it's governance, data integration, ticketing, or let's say even public perception? What do you think goes wrong, or what do you think helps it sustain or get integrated in a more convenient fashion?
Well, it's very important that we do the first steps right. And the first steps are not about a technical discussion of different systems. It's about mobility. We have to understand mobility in our cities. We have to really know where are people coming from, where do they go, where are the bottlenecks, where are the challenges, and where's potential for future development. Because with that, we can try to create the requirements for our systems, and we know what we really need. And with that in mind, then we can compare different possible solutions. And of course, we should consider also new alternatives like ropeways for that. And when the ropeway meets those requirements best, it should be built. And then we have the first big barrier overcome with that, because then we have the justification why we're building it. This is the first thing. The second thing is that if we're talking about public transport, it should be clear that also the ropeway is fully integrated in the public transport network. So in terms of spatial integration, but also of fare integration, it should be the same as an LRT, as a very light rail, as a BRT network. It should be fully integrated spatially and from the fare structure. And the third thing is know your stakeholders and also take the public with you all the way, inform them why are you doing, what are you doing, and listen to their concerns, because there will be more concerns if the system is unknown to them in that context. But with a good public engagement and with really taking them seriously and explaining them what is happening and how they benefit from it, that really minimizes the risks at a later stage.
I think that's a really perfect note to end this conversation. I wish we had a lot more time, but I think what comes through clearly is that resilience is not only about the hardware, it's about governance, culture, humility, and how we engage with the wider audience on design systems that can fail safely but recover quickly. And thank you to each one of you. It's been a pleasure. And special thanks to CoMotion Global for making this very relevant conversation at this critical time happen. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Syed. Thank you all the panelists. That's it. That's the end. I want John to come up on stage. John Rossant, please join me. And I want to, of course, thank you all for staying to the very end of CoMotion Global. John, come on up here. In my role as host and MC, it's my pleasure to thank His Excellency, Fahd al-Rashid, to thank John, and on behalf of the entire CoMotion team, thank you all for joining us here for the inaugural CoMotion Global. I found it personally an alternately humbling and inspiring 3 days here to particularly note that having this panoply of speakers from around the world, how universal all of these challenges are, but then also how local they are at the same time, and really underscoring why this kind of global convening is necessary. Would you agree, John?
Absolutely, Greg. Thank you so much, by the way. Thank you to all of you. I am so looking forward to next year. I think this is going to grow into something absolutely extraordinary. Saudi Arabia is at the crossroads of East and West and North and South. It is a real living laboratory of innovation in terms of mobility and urban living. So please mark your diaries now. We don't have quite the exact dates for next year, but it will be around this time. I look forward to seeing all of you. Thank you very, very much for your engagement. The discussions have been really quite extraordinary. I mean, I think everyone just amazing. And in terms of the diversity of voices who have come here. So thank you very much again, and God bless you, and safe travels to all of you who are moving on from here.
And we'll
Thank
see you
very
again
much.
next year.
See you next year.
Ooh.